There we go, there we go, there we go. Good. Um, no, it doesn't pause or anything. Weird. All right, a little bit late start today, but I had something that I needed to take care of. A friend needed my attention, so I had other priorities. But I am back now. It is before 8 o'clock, so I started before 8. I'm happy about that. Let me just do a quick rundown and make sure I've got all of my stream titles fixed. Um, you stop it. No, there. Unstable. Oof, the bit rate is terrible. Why is the bit rate terrible? Oh, I think I know why. I'm going to make my I'm going to make my Google disappear. Task manager, I'm going to completely crash that out so that it doesn't. Yeah, that's done. Get out of here. You're done. Be gone with you. Let me check me obs. Everything looks green here. I have 0% dropped frames. Hey, Drew. How does a 9 binary person kill someone? They slash them. How you doing, Drew? How do I sound, Drew? I'm going to rely on you for my sound test tonight. As long as there's no sound hitching, I'll even bring up the game. As long as there's no sound hitching or anything, I'll be happy with it. When I was little, my parents always fed me alphabet soup, claiming that I liked it, but they were just putting words in my mouth. Ha! Do I need to turn game down? I can do that. That would be here. Master volume. I'll stick that down to 40%. That should fix it, huh? Okay. Let's jump into this thing. Let's get her done. You go get her done too, and I'll see you when you come back. Hopefully. If you remember to stick your head back in. Pillars of Eternity with Cherry Pepsi. It's a lovely combination. Oh, okay. Hmm. A vampire's charm gaze. Where did I leave off? I do not remember. No, I do not, do not, do not remember. Governor's Estate, Port Majihal. Okay. So I came back here to look for something that I don't remember what it was. So I have a lot of this stuff done. Skipping ahead, I have to wait for calibration to finish there. I'm not super worried if I don't get to do that quest. It's not super interesting. The last sanctuary, so that is Motariokozi. Oriokoiki. Ashen Maw. That's not, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Found in an island in the middle of Migrants. Oh, Ernox. Yeah. An island in the middle of Mogren's Teeth. Okay, I have not found him yet. That's in Mogren's Teeth, which I'm pretty sure this is somewhere close to, yeah, within Mogren's Teeth. Mapping the archipelago, so I need to go back to Queensbirth in Neketaka. Rockstomper, Rodol, Udita, the Lifter's Refuge in Dunwich. That's the glitched quest. He has not spoken to me about that anymore. Deshiwa the Shark. Desiwa the Shark. Balian Trading Company headquarters in Neketaka. So I need to go back to Neketaka for 2 things. I need to go back to Dunwich for 1. So let's go to Dunwich first, and then I'll make my way to the Balian trade, to the back to Neketaka. By sea. I shall accept it. An exodus by sea. Dunwich is all the way out that way, so looks like we're going northwest. We're headed northwest. North Wibbles? West. Wibbles. We're headed north Wibbles. I don't remember what north and south was in Bunkers and Badasses, but I remember Wibbles and east. Splintered Reef. Splintered Reef? That didn't highlight going through here, did it? I don't think it did. Let us continue to Dunwich Way. The Murkwater Lagoon is still a little high on level for me. Oh, goody, goody, goody. I'll get rid of some more fog on the way. Yeah, why not? Alright, so Lifter's Refuge. I think it was Lifter's Refuge, wasn't it? If not, then I will check my journal and head to the correct area now. Rockstomper Rodol. Udita at Lifter's Refuge. Yes, so where is Udita? Right there is Udita.
What's a good word, Scuttler?
Udita clamps her pipe in her teeth and grins. I dealt with Rockstomper Rodul.
Knowing the Deadfire waters are short, a pirate hunter is worth 10 times its weight in pyres.
Udita hefts a sack of coins almost too heavy for her to bear. She sighs at being rid of it and returns her attention to her pipe.
Hate to say it, Scuttler, but I'm tapped out. My client's gone awfully quiet, so we're both better off sailing for the next horizon.
Pleasure working with you, Udita. Alright, from here, I need to go back to Neketaka. Right. The Principe symbol is an upside-down crown. An upside crown down, or that might just be dunnage. Wait. Expert Captain. Captain Thanik. Deadfire Company Expert. Takabna. Wana. Master Captain. Muranji. Expert Captain. Wana Master. Deadfire Merchant. Principal Novice. At the very least, it's not showing itself right now. Hoorah for the Deadfire's light. Oh, there's the deck of many things right there. Ship appears on the horizon, riding low on the water. Approach and identify it. The vessel boasts the sharp angles and flat front of a junk, but it does not fly the colors of Rawatai or any other naval power. Its banners identify it as a merchant ship. The craft's hull appears heavily reinforced, and its gun ports bristle with cannons, but it cuts a non-hostile path through the sea. Hail the ship and prepare to board. If I'm not mistaken, this is a unique DLC merchant ship, so I want to see what they have for sale, because I've never looked at it yet. The ship is called the Deck of Many Things.
Greetings, my fellow captain.
The moon god likes short stature and sharp features mark him as being of elven blood. And his accent bears more than a trace of Adiran. He bows slightly at the hip.
Captain Thanik at your service. Allow me to be the first to welcome you aboard my humble vessel, the Deck of Many Things.
The what?
The Deck of Many Things, on account of the many things below the deck. Very clever, I think you'll agree.
Especially considering it's a reference to something core to tabletop gaming.
Below you will find merchants from every corner of Eora, each vending an assortment of wares both rare and unusual.
He gestures toward the hatch to the inner hold. Grinning, he raises a single finger.
Lest you think us easy marks, know that we have bested pirates and monsters of every sea. Cross us, and we'll be adding your shiniest bits and pieces to our inventory, and your bodies to Andra. But let it not come to that. Please come below, my new friends, and explore what the deck offers.
Now, I read the description for this DLC, and I'm pretty sure that it said that you could fight this ship and take it for yourself. Not take it for yourself, but fight it and take it, and you would get the inventory that way. But before I jump straight into that, I might try the challenge later on just to see, but for now, let's just see what they have. Zidako?
Ado, and welcome, amico.
The plump dwarf bows low, hands outstretched to either side.
Might I interest you in a new cloak? Perhaps gloves of the finest cut. A belt interwoven with incantations.
You don't seem like much of a sailor. How did you wind up here?
Oh, it shows then. I'm afraid I'm still rather new to this. The slightest squall leaves me green for days. My ancestors, they would laugh me out the door.
He rubs the back of his head.
Back in Velia, I apprenticed to the famed weaver, Selana Mezquinetra. She sent me to accompany a rather important shipment to the Republics. It was to be a grand adventure. Instead, the ship foundered, and only the grace of Andra and the sudden appearance of the deck spared me a sodden grave. That was 2 years ago, I think.
Do you know anything else about the deck?
You mean like where it came from? Afraid not, friend. I rather suspect Andra herself of birthing it from the depths to fish out the few things she'd rather not see lost to the sea.
Well, let me see what you
I
got.
will fetch my chalk.
Gloves of the Dungeon Warden. Grants lockdown. The prisoner is isolated from the world, leaving them unable to act, but also unable to be affected by outside parties. Originally owned by a notably cruel dungeon keeper of Adir, these gloves were used to keep dangerous convicts in check as they faced the headsman. A particularly clever prisoner on her way to the gallows lifted the gloves from the distracted jailer. Before the dungeon keeper could react, she donned the supple leather and activated their powers, freezing him in place and stealing for herself a permanent stay of execution. Very nice. The Sash of Judgment. Balance in all things. An additional 10% damage against enemies above 50% health, and enemies deal 10% damage against the wearer while he's above 50% health. An Adiran lord was given this sash, blessed by the burned queen, as a gift for his ability to judge cases fairly. The lord accepted with humility and vowed the gift would do right by Woodica. A year passed, and the Adiran found his own son charged with the murder of a local innkeeper. Though the lord knew he must fairly sentence his son, he could not bear sending him to the wheel. The lord relented, and so he pardoned his son and sent him into exile. That night the lord must have received a visit from the strangler herself, for in the morning he was found hanged by the sash from the castle walls. Cap of the Laughing-Stock. Grants village fool. The wearer invites laughter from all around them, granting all friends and foes immunity to resolve afflictions, but also reducing their deflection. This cap was found floating in the water by a small crew of adventurers. One of them, an amused Amawa, donned it and found that every enemy he faced faltered at the sight of the jingling bells atop his crown. His companions did not find the hat's constant faint tinkle so humorous after a fortnight. In a fit of rage, they cast the hat overboard while he slept, along with the Amawa wearing it. Okay, swordsman's bracers, hits to grazes. Incoming hits converted to grazes from melee weapons. Okay. Missile gloves, grants Minoleta's bounding missile, 10 charges. Okay, so gloves, I think when the charges are gone, it just becomes gloves with no magic on them at all. Because I don't think those can be recharged anywhere. Boots of evasion, plus 8 reflex. Boots of speed, 15 deflection against disengagement, 25 stride. A troll hide belt, 1 health restored per 6 seconds. You do not have anything super interesting on you. Mercenario. Captain Thanik.
Finding everything to your liking, Captain?
Thanik smiles, wan light shining from his horns. Quite the unusual ship you have here. He pats his desk lovingly.
Isn't it, though? And older than any of us aboard to boot. So Tara keeps the old tub looking like new, more or less. You might have noticed the Engwithan imagery in the beams, or the copper wiring. I suspect the deck, the hull at least, dates back to that ancient fabled empire.
I'm sure.
Not that I'd make any grand claims about its import. Probably just an old merchant craft lucky enough to survive whatever brought Ingwith low.
How did you come to be captain of the deck?
Not just the decks, but the hull and the masts too.
His laughter rings like a bell.
I came to Adir a century gone by now and boarded the deck as a wee lad. A stowaway even. Might have thrown me overboard, the old captain, were it not for the shine.
He taps the luminous horns projecting from his scalp.
Few sailors go seeking Androsiah. Was the first time my being godlike had caused me aught but suffering.
It's not easy being God's touched.
You don't know the half of it, friend.
Do you have something to sell me too, or do you live off the profits of the crew?
Aye. I sell the finest enchanted objects in the Deadfire. Will cost you a shilling or 60, but quality comes at a price.
Well, let's see what you
Nothing
have.
but the best aboard the deck.
The deck of endless possibilities. 1 per encounter. Draw a card. The true origins of this deck remain contested, contested by many. But one account suggests the initial creator to be none other than the eccentric Adiran archmage Tain, while the majority of his work is secreted away, likely due to being catastrophic failures. This deck remains a testament to his ingenuity. Some colleagues speculate that Tain intentionally imbued some of his own essence into the deck, which accounts both for its chaotic nature and powerful effects. So this game does have its own version of the deck of many things. Beloved Night Doll. Rest. 5 uses. Summons Valiant Adiran Knight. Stuffing peaks from the ragged edges and crooked stitching of this unsightly doll. Upon closer inspection, the knight looks decidedly in need of a long hug. When held closely, it radiates feelings of warmth and deep affection. Ring of Prosperity's Fortune. The power of money. Increases the wearer's hit to crit chance based on the party's current wealth. 3% of hits converted to crits, 6% of hits converted to crits, 9% of hits converted to crits, 12% hit, 15 increases based on the party's current wealth. I wonder what the thresholds are for this ring. Necklace of Unlocked Possibilities. Transforms into a random magic item at the start of each combat. Fascinated by martial prowess and chance, a particularly inventive enchanter forged this key. When worn in battle, the key thrums with the ringing of steel, growing louder until it summons a weapon of its choice to assist the wearer. Its weapons are limited only by the imagination of the enchanter, which itself was not very expensive. A random magic weapon. Interesting. Slippers of the Assassin. Shadow form. The wearer's killing blows cause them to become invisible for a short duration, granting them a means to escape or strike again. Enemies attacked by the wearer require an additional ally to flank. Interesting. Cape of the Falling Star. Lone Traveler. When not near allies, the wearer gains a bonus to all defenses. Ooh. Hostile only. Burned, crush, AoE on, conscious. Commissioned by the Vylian wizard Flavio, the seamstress Celana Miss Quintera wove this delicate fabric with deft hands. When the cloak was complete, she had it enchanted by Minoletta herself, imbuing it with dazzling stars to reflect the heavens above. When Celana returned to Flavio with the bill of commission, he floundered, unable to produce the coin. In a fit of spiteful pique, Celana gifted the cloak to her thoroughly non-magical apprentice Zidacho, who had been attempting to sell it ever since. I mean, it's not that expensive. But not near allies. The word is... That's tempting. Cloak of Poverty. Grants impoverished. Increases the wearer's resolve when the party has little currency. Well, I don't want that, no. Fool's Shoes. Apply Confuse to enemies that hit the wearer with an intellect affliction. Prankster, 25% trap effectiveness. I don't use traps. Ring of Reset. Charges remaining 3. Grants Saving Fate. Time is rewound, allowing the wearer to revive from unconsciousness without injury. Huh. This ring has saved the life of the Adiran mage Tegan innumerable times. Those who encountered the fabled mage report her being felled by fatal blows only to see her rise completely unharmed. After a long career of evading Bareth's wheel at every turn, a weight began to grow. She knew her time rapidly approached. Along one of her journeys, she came across a knight standing before her on the road, extending an open palm toward her. With a faint smile, Tegan removed the ring and placed it in the pallid knight's hand. She continued down the road, never to be seen again. And Barath's throwing bones. Figurine, huh? 8 uses. Summon 1 of Shade. Many a kith have rolled on the outcome of these bones, yet each previous owner suffered a similar demise, their bodies found drained of life. They are likely best avoided unless one wishes to incur Bareth's ire, or feels the strong urge to gamble with their own life. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of incentive there, is there? So there's a couple of interesting things here. Let's see what else we can find in this boat. Sautara. A broad-shouldered Amawa stands before crates and racks of armors and weapons. The cool tones of her skin and the geometric patterns in her oil-stained smock mark her as a native of Rauatai. She smiles at your approach, displaying her sharp teeth, and bows her head.
Greetings. I assume Fennec explained our little floating trading floor, so I'll cut through the fat. I'm Sautara, purveyor of fine armors and weapons, whether for kith or ship.
This is the one I was looking for.
What are you in the market for?
This is an unusual vessel.
He is, isn't he? Looks like a junk now, but that's mostly my doing. Underneath the decades of patches and filth, there's some truly strange shit. Copper, Audra, Adiran runes, Valian pipes.
She shakes her head.
Best guess is that he came out of old Engwith, modified over the millennia by whoever crewed him. I wanted to rename him the Junky Junk of Junk, but Fennec wouldn't have it.
I wouldn't have either. The ship's a him?
Trust me on that. I know him inside and out.
How'd you end up on the deck?
The question I ask myself often. The simple version is that the deck dropped anchor in Rauatai looking for a blacksmith. I was a blacksmith looking to get out of Rauatai. Didn't know a Bolin from a Baleen at the time, but you learn fast at sea or you sink.
What's the less simple version?
Considerably more complicated and entirely none of your business.
Well, then let's see what you have for sale.
Peruse at your pleasure.
The Belt of Magran's Chosen. Locked in flames. No, linked in flames. 3% damage dealt as burn with weapons. That would be interesting if I used this belt in combination with my ice gear on Adair. Ire of Magran, small chance to summon a hostile fire blight on hit. Wana legends warn of the burning raiders, sailors of tremendous stature who call on flame with the same ease as a water shaper turning the sea. Few reliable sailors claim having sighted one of these unlikely creatures, and rarer still are the merchants who maintain that any of their wares were won from such a foe. This belt, however, oversized even for an Amawa and ablaze with essence, certainly seems to lend credence to the sailors' tales. Interesting. Hylia's Talons. 25% chance on scoring a melee weapon hit to cause the enemy or wielder raw bleed damage over time. 5% damage dealt as slash with melee weapons. Huh. That's interesting. As dangerous as to the wielder as to her enemies, these gauntlets honor the goddess of the sky. The creator did not fully consider Hylia's will when creating the gauntlets, focusing on aesthetics over function. In his short-sightedness, he gained not his goddess's favor, but her wrath. He forever after traveled with a sheet of canvas overhead to spare himself the spattered fury of her flocks. Ooh. Oh. Time to buy a lot of really wide-topped hats. That's hilarious. Sandals of the Water Lily. Immune to dexterity afflictions. Delicate, -10 to all defenses. Ooh. These sandals allow the wearer to move gracefully, unhindered by their foes. They have been handed down as a sacred relic from master to apprentice amongst Hawana shapers, water shapers, prized for both their craftsmanship and elegance. Much to the water shapers' chagrin, they were pilfered from the guild, lost to privateers. Okay, lots of exceptional bits. Arcane lanterns, Emiran steel helm. Finest woods and Emiran steel. This helm and rudder upgrade increases the maneuverability. Huh. So you do not have anywhere near as much useful crap as I would have hoped. Unfortunate. Mercenary. What about Bauble? What have you got, Bauble? A Lagufaith stands in the corner, its head turned to the side so that it might track you with one bulbous eye. A large bucket of briny water rests tucked into the corner behind it, a sponge just breaking its dark surface. The wilder gestures at the nearby shelves in what may be an invitation to peruse its wares.
How do you know if these things want you to pet them?
It hisses through needle-sharp teeth. Unusual ship, isn't it? The creature gurgles, head shifting slightly before sliding a webbed hand down the side of its head. Strange to see a Lagufaith here. The Lagufaith gurgles again. Wouldn't you rather be in the sea than on it? It gurgles. You don't say much, do you? It gurgles. Well, Adair, Maya, and Shote enjoyed it. Let's look at what you got. So this is potions and rings. Ring of Mule's Wit. -8 intelligence. Resistance to perception. Resistance to intellect. Resistance to resolve. An ill-tempered enchanter, tired of his lord's demands for magical entertainment, crafted this ring to pacify the lord permanently. He brought it to court, claiming it an ensorcelled relic from a faraway land, where the ass was revered as a symbol of steadfastness. The Lord did not hesitate to slip it on his finger. Disappointed at the complete lack of raw power now at his command, the noble threw the ring to the rushes. The enchanter, equally disappointed that his lord had not fallen into a stupor, tried the ring on himself. He finally found peace. Color of Eothas's light. Grants sun's blessing. Call down, one per rest, calls down a shaft of intense sunlight, burning and potentially blinding those caught in the area of effect. Huh. Dawn's reflection. The colors of the collar shine brightly, granting the wearer a chance to reflect spells during the day. 10% chance to reflect spells. That's interesting. Each bead on this collar is meant to represent a redemptive act performed by the Eothasian. Excuse me. A redemptive act performed by a Eothasian priest who crafted it. His journey took him to a group of Derwoodans who had their field torched during the Saints' War. They agreed to accept his apologies and accept in exchange for the collar. He begged them to reconsider, but they instead drew their weapons on him. The priest invoked Eothas's power, bringing down a pillar of flame. Only their ashes remained. Having compounded the sins for which he sought repentance, the priest consigned himself to the wheel, giving himself to Andra and taking with him the collar and Derwoodan ashes. Necklace of the Harvest Moon. Midnight Wish. Rejuvenation. Water. Okay. Channels lunar energy into a localized source of power, regenerating the health of allies in the area of effect and granting a minor bonus to all defenses. Okay. Interesting. 8.4 health restored per 3 seconds for 15.8. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So that's 6 ticks. It's really not worth it. Minor deflection, minor protection, greater health, necklace of fireballs. Grants fireball. 8 charges remaining. Midland damage. I don't think it's worth it. I might consider Collar of Eothas's Light, but I don't think I need it. That is a shame. There's not really anything here that I overly want. Quite a shame indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Let us wish the deck a good day and continue upon our way. We're hauled away and going. Crap. Where do I need to go? I think Queen's Birth was one. I need to go to... Sounds map import. That sounds right. Pretty sure I have a bit of cartography to turn in, so let's go do this first.
Welcome back, welcome back. It is a pleasure to see you once again. Tell me, how is the sailing? Smooth? Nothing to delay your expedition, I hope. How might I assist you?
I've got some material for your book.
Wonderful, I can't wait to... Oh, is that a little fishman you've drawn?
Eh,
I had already set the coin aside for you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. We are getting into deeper water now, so to speak. We call the islands along the east of Magran's Teeth the Burning Shoals. As you might imagine, it gets a little hot over there. 2 of the islands haven't been surveyed yet. You'll want to sail northeast from the docks to reach the islands. I'll be waiting.
interesting. Huh, Caleb. Alright. So that's that. Otario Cozy, Oreo Koiki, Ashen Law, Demogran's Teeth. And those are also in Mogren's Teeth. Dishi with a shark. So I need to go to Aina, outside the boundary company in Queensborough, so Balium Trading Company. Come on, game. Load, load, load. Load it up! There it is. Every soul in Aora has come to Nikitaka. Okay, Aina.
My little privateer. You have news for me?
Aina folds her arms and tips her head. I've dealt with Desiwa the shark.
Perfecto. For once, our service ships may take to the waters without fear. Knowing that is almost priceless.
She strains her back to support a sack of coins and lays it at your feet.
You've taken all the work from the louses of Queen's Birth, and I have nothing more to offer you, save this.
Hesitating, Aina sticks out her hand and tips her head to the sides, wearing an awkward smile. Been a pleasure working with you, Aina. Okay. So I have been asked to chart around Mogren's Teeth. So I've got stuff in Mogren's Teeth, and then Oreo Koiki and Motario Kozi. I think I want to go to Oreo Koiki first. Oh! Shoti, you have gained a level. Will athletics you? Right? No. Arcana. Open up your scroll use ability a little bit. And then Metaphysics. Okay, you are into the next level, so you have dismissal. That's what you gain. Oh wait, no. Did I learn those? I think I did learn those. Zeal. Foe AoE. Manifests as an aura that shocks enemies near them. Crowns allies in the glory of the priest god, imbuing all allies in the area of effect with the insightful, smart, and steadfast inspirations. +5 perception, +5 intellect, and +5 resolve. Increasing amount of damage dealt by crits. I wonder if that also affects critical heals. I wonder if critical healing is even a thing in this game. I don't know that it is. This is the line that's empowered bullshit. Penetration with electricity, acid, fire. Action speed while using a weapon in each hand. One-handed weapon. A bonus while wielding two-handed weapons. I wonder if one-handed style works with shields. Oh no, probably weapon and shield style. Increased. +6 shield deflection. Shield deflection bonus also applies to reflex. Gain scaling effectiveness and unarmed. And an additional weapon slot. Series Sealer? Can blind, that's pretty useful. Minor Avatar. Spiritual Ally. Summons an extraplanar ally loyal to the priest. Okay, that's a decent little spell. Pillar of Holy Fire. Ooh, 65 to 78 is pretty nice. Flaming Pillar of Righteous Anger, burning everyone in the area of effect, which is, it's got a range of 10. Area of radius, it's a 1.5 radius, so it's not an overly large pillar. Champion's Boon. Hardy Inspiration, Acute Inspiration. It's a cute little inspiration. Dire Blessings. Sure, we'll take Pillar of Holy Flame. Oh, a dare. Definitely want that. Sure, we'll have you intimidate. Ooh. You can choose 2 abilities. Because a fighter, very nice. Dealing high damage and stunning them. After the strike, receive acute and swift. Take the hit, the fighter interposes himself or herself between incoming attacks and nearby allies. Final damage total of any attack against a nearby ally is cut in half, with the fighter taking the other half as raw damage. The fighter makes a primary attack that gains bonus penetration and lowers the target's armor rating. Yes, please. Unbreakable. Refuses to be vanquished if being knocked out. Stands back up with a portion of their health restored and temporary bonuses to all defenses and armor ratings. When the fighter rises, he or she regains discipline. The fighter's empowered attacks gain bonus hit and crit conversion. Increase your power level, increasing the effectiveness of all abilities. Sure. Yeah, I'll do that. Sundering Blow and Unrelenting. Okay, and then from here, I think I said I was going to go to Oriokoiki first. Because Oloth isn't talking to me yet. No, he's not. So. Ado and safe travels. All right. Leave if by sea. Because, spoiler alert, yes, it's by sea. Alright, so that's Crookspur, Sayuka, Ashenmaw. Oriokoiki is way up here. Matariokozi. Should I do Matariokozi first? Just because it's closer? Location lost Okaizo might be recorded somewhere on the island, but his expedition has not returned. He needs someone to learn the fate of the expedition, find the information they sought. Okay, discover the island of Tepu can be found by the statue of Hylia. According to Atepu, the Wahiki are fiercely protective of the Sanctuary Isles. Wahiki. So this I need to go to Wahiki first. So yeah, I'll go to Oriokoiki. work our way up here then. Should I just go to Magrin's Teeth now and go do Last Sanctuary and Fruitful Alliance afterwards? I don't think I'm going to. Let's go here. A vampire's crypt? The Bent Bough Forest. Well, let's see what's in the Bent Bough Forest. The stone altar before you is empty save for dried, flaking blood and bits of hair crusting its surface. Examine the altar. The space before the altar is smooth from centuries of shuffling feet and the press of countless bony knees. Water dripping from somewhere above has created a swampy morass of mud behind the altar. You chip away some of the old blood on the surface of the altar and find a cobweb of deep gashes in the stone, testimony to the many grisly sacrifices that must have occurred here. Search the area around the altar. Adair palms through the mud behind the altar, revealing a battered journal. It's recently seen better days, but some of its pages are still legible. Waterlogged journal. Waterlogged journal. The spider handwriting in this journal is mostly illegible, but a couple phrases remain intact. Arkmere Manor and the Sanguine Harvest. The first one I can't make out. This looks like Arkmere Manor. And I'm not so certain that I'm happy to read that there. 19 of 100. 24 of 100. Search the area around the altar. Examine the altar. Continue. So there's something else to do here. I just don't know what yet. Yay, fruit trees. A vampire's crypt. In the distance, you spy the entrance to a cave sunken into a hillside, barely hidden behind the stunted, shriveled trunks of a leafless tree. As you approach the cave, something snaps beneath your boot. You look down, expecting a stick, and find the splintered remains of ancient bone. You see the ground before the cave with new eyes. What you first thought were branches are bones. Some half buried in the dirt, others piled in drifts. Many are bleached white with age. You linger at the entrance to the cave. The passage beyond extends into pitch black darkness. It reeks of death and decay. I'll fight some vampires. I ain't afeared.
A lantern.
I ain't afeared of it.
Hey there. I got this.
I'm listening.
Let's have you go. You are the more perceptive. A mountain of bones is all that remains of thousands of people who have died in this cave.
Can't hide.
An ancient vampire.
For me.
That's a thing that is here. An ancient vampire.
The ship.
Ancient vampire priest. You go to that guy.
Who comes to muddy the light?
Quit.
Vampire sage. Well, you've got the priest and the ancient vampire tied up, so that's what I wanted. So, Hoarfrost shell.
Yeah.
Oh crap. Yishiza, go. You shoot. You. What does this do to them?
No can do.
Don't you tell me that. Don't you even try to tell me that.
Arthek Worthen Roth.
You. Let's go with this. And I'll have you shoot.
I'll teach you! Lava will beyond seeking.
Cool, the priest and the sage are both gone. That worked very nicely. A ball of holy fire. Does continuous burn damage before leaping to additional targets. Well, let's see what that does. Okay, that was good damage. Do it again, please. Ooh, that was good damage. I would like you to do it again. Okay. You are dominated. Maya, I'm wondering if I do this. Let's just see. You shoot. You spell. That's around the curse, the caster. I don't want to do that again. Let's cast. Console Hot's Draining Touch. Okay, I'll just do that. Maya there. Granting allies a bonus to all defenses.
I shall.
Now, show team. I think I would like to do that. You. Do I? I don't really have much that... For 15.9. I'll wait it out.
They'll fall by my hand.
Consecrated ground. Let's do circular protection. You are going to heal him. Yeah, that didn't do much, did it? I don't want to shoot him with that. I just don't. That would not be ideal, I don't think. I'll go with this again. You shoot. Okay, here we go. Got him.
What now?
Okay, that's me leveled up. Definitely want mechanics, definitely want metaphysics. Okay, that unlocks my last tier of abilities. Accuracy against beasts. The arrow sings between the dragon's scales. Penetration. It's power levels. Summons one additional instrument of death. Sure. The great worm flew over the mountains. Call this guy for an adult dragon. What? What? Yes, I will take an adult dragon. Why not? Restore some power pool resources. And sip from the marrow. Unleash an effect that deals raw damage to foes in an area. Those near death can explode, dealing corrode against adjacent enemies. Allies in the explosion are healed and gain action speed. Wow. Yeah. I'm happy with that.
You were saying?
All right. Superb stuff.
Just say the word.
Because everybody's heard about the bird. Bird, 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 ba ba ba, bird's the word. Hood, superb. Flail and rod and all kinds of stuff. Superb stiletto. Vampire Sage's Grimoire. Huh. Lots
I
of
must
stuff
just
there.
say the word.
A potion of insubstantial form. 25% of incoming crits converted to hits, 25% of incoming grazes converted to misses, 25% of incoming hits converted to grazes. Why that is written in that order, I will never know. That is very weird. This ancient Audra coffin rests atop a worn stone pedestal. The Gift Bearer's Cloth. +1 quick item slots and 1 weapon slots. +5 to all defenses except deflection. Increases with the history skill. Huh. Increases with the history skill. So Shoti would get a very small bonus to that. Eothas has a massive history score. I have a very small history. Would that be good for Eothas? What are you wearing, Eothas? 10 deflection against disengagement. Magnificent escape cape may be used to dash to safety. Breaking engagement and expertly avoiding. I mean, that's... Yeah, no, you're not. You are not the one I want using that. Diplomacy and survival with stride. Fortitude, reflex, will. +5 to all defenses except deflection. You do not need deflection defense. You are so high, it's great. You are on a completely different plane of existence as far as combat goes. It's so funny. This is deflection. This is everything but deflection. Yeah, I think that you are probably the best one here. Fortitude, reflex, will. For quick item slots, weapon sets, yes, I think so. That is just too funny. And you have another weapon set open now, so... Wait, you don't have that.
This looks great on me.
Yeah, you have no at all. None at all. So... I don't think I have another big honking shield. I do actually. I have a shining bulwark. He has saber. He has saber, sword, club, and warhammer. Saber, sword, club, and warhammer. Okay. Saber, sword, club, and warhammer. That's a warhammer. Weapon damage per engaged enemy. You know what? I'm going to call that good. I mean, it's a moot point anyway. He's never going to use those, but they're there. Why not have them there, you know? Eothas, I want you to peek at the Vampire Sage's grimoire. Confusion, Minelette's piercing sigil. I mean, it's not a bad spread. Jolting touch, wizard's double, feathered caress. Confusion. As opposed to this one. So I'd still have Necrotic Lands. I'd still have Kalikoth's Freezing Ring. I would no longer have Wilting Wind, though. Menzago's Grimoire. Wizard's Double. Meh. Let's just see, huh? Let's just see.
Captain? Not a problem, Captain.
Why do I expect to run into something on the way out of this place? I genuinely don't know, but I kind of do expect to. Still at 19.
You must gather
your party before venturing forth. All right, Ashley Johnson. Island name. Whitestone Island.
before venturing forth.
Okay, can I go back here now? Can I do anything else here now? Examine the altar. Search the area. It's weird that it won't let me do anything else there. Well, whatever, you know, I've got stuff done, so let us move on. You encounter another ship at sea. You're rounding a rocky islet when you see a ship drifting on the horizon, its sail looping in the breeze. A rough symbol has been painted onto it. You pull out your spyglass and peer at the symbol. It's crudely drawn, but it looks like it could be a war club, or a sword, or a key. Other than the flapping sail and swaying lines, you don't notice any movement. But you do spot one body slumped against the gunwale and another splayed over the wheel, and an arrow buried in the mast. Alof appears at your side and looks as well. That symbol, it looks like a variant of the leaden keys insignia. That was my first thought. Alof lowers the spyglass. You think they're leaden key? Or attacked by them, perhaps. Leaden Key members rarely announce themselves in such bold fashion, but we won't know until we look. Let's investigate. That's precisely.
Captain?
Consider it.
Mine, mother, and stuff. A fragment of essence quivers near a corpse. Most of the soul seems to have departed already, but this fretting, fluttering piece remains. It throbs with panic. Even standing this close to it raises your pulse. Not yet. Fine dagger. Ooh, rope and grapple.
Not a problem, Captain.
Okay. Some gold. Wand. Fine stiletto. Okay.
Watch and learn.
The painting on the mast resembles the symbol used by the leaden key. Alright, let's read the soul fragment. As you let it wash over you, terror thins your blood. Your heartbeat becomes the galloping of hooves. You fight to keep yourself from vomiting with fear, if only to avoid the noise. This was supposed to be a quick trade run to Nekataka and out in a few days. But you got lost in that fog, and the next thing you knew, arrows were flying through it. So you hid here, between some of the crates where it's dark, where the screams on deck are just a little quieter. You'd thought pirates were the greatest danger for merchant ships like yours, but the shrieking warriors butchering your crewmates don't seem like pirates. One of them is up in the rigging, painting some kind of symbol on your sails. Light spills into your hiding place. An Amawa warrior, one of the Juana, you think, stands over you. Foreigners shall corrupt our lands no more. You are looking up toward the glare and the Amawa silhouetted against it when pain lances through the base of your skull. Okay, this was not leaden key. This was the...
Did you find something? Have that look again.
The W tribe of Juana. I don't remember what the hell it is now. They were merchants killed by Juana, who said something about foreigners corrupting their lands.
Well, that's a start. I found some unusual stains. I don't think they're blood, but they are rather odorous.
He wrinkles his nose at a streak of something the color of a fresh bruise. That's Kawiki pulp.
So it is. But what would that be doing here?
Wahaki, that's it. Wahaki hunters smear themselves with it. You're near their island, Oreo-Koiki.
I've heard they're aggressively isolationist. As for what that has to do with the leaden key...
He frowns, looking at the key-like symbol painted onto the sail.
At least we know where to look next. Though if this becomes anything like our encounter in the Defiance Bay catacombs, well, I hope we get our answers before the bloodbath.
He looks at you and smiles wryly. Okay. Well, I'm headed to Oreo Kawiki anyway, so to Oreo Kawiki we continue. Yay, medical supplies. Not gonna let me do that, are you, game? I have to go out to the water and search that by sea, I think. Alright, to Oreo Kawiki. To the Juana cookie place. You know, Oreo.
Sure.
That symbol. It looks like the one we saw on the abandoned ship.
I got this.
Painting on the post resembles the symbol used by the leaden key. A young woman steps up to the edge of the cliff and peers down wearing an amused grin. She fingers the curve of a long hunting bow.
You went into the jungle for animal hides, I say, and found yourself in an empty clearing.
Continue listening.
Akira, silence is wise. You turned around and retraced your steps back to your ship, where it was safe.
She picks up her hunting bow and knocks an arrow pointing it in your direction. Look, I just want to talk. Can we talk?
Not if you cannot listen.
With a sigh, she points the arrow to the ground.
If you came to blunt my teeth with chatter, try to keep it short.
I'd like to speak to your chieftain.
You have an audience with me. Ruasare doesn't waste time on outsider vagrants.
I bring an offer of alliance from Queen Onikaza II. Her bearing abruptly straightens as she regards you anew, taking you in from head to toe.
We remember the old compact with the Nekataka Queen. Do you have her treaty words?
Accursed Koiki. I don't remember if there's a passphrase. It would not be accursed Koiki. I'm gonna say over crumbling mountains across blighted seas.
Akira, the Queen must be desperate to send you, I say.
Lucky guess. That was a lucky damn guess.
Ruasare will be expecting you inside.
She gestures for one of the cliffside guards to lower the lift.
Seeing as you've earned your way up from nuisance to guest, find me if you feel like trading.
Kipeha folds her arms and strolls away from the cliffside. Okay.
Your orders, not a problem, Captain.
Koiki fruit. Salt and Mahora meat. Well, I'm not going up there yet.
Captain,
I'm also
You
not
were
turning
saying?
around and leaving yet.
I heard you. Still as a pond.
Kuaru clothing, Juana hat, and some chi.
I heard you. Let's go.
Alright, let us go. With the help of an elaborate pulley mechanism, this lift can be raised to the level of the plateau. Take the lift up. The creaking of wood and straining of rope accompany the lift's upward journey. A most unusual lantern. A Wahiki scout, a boar companion, villager, brute. Wahiki shaman and beastmaster. There's a villager. Outlander. Wahiki boot. Villager. Villager, okay. Well, hello. Someone lost their pig. I'll take a Barrett spell, why not? Scout. Aota and Aparo. Wahiki Storm Speaker.
Keep out of my way, outsider.
A round-bellied man stands at ease before a cluster of hardened fighters, their fists balled and brows furrowed. Murmurs of tense discussion slow to a halt as a woman at the head of the crowd steps forward, clutching a spear.
Maybe the spear's a gift for us?
No, I doubt it.
Silence.
She grimaces at it air.
The outsider must leave. Oreo Koiki will not be parceled off and bought with foreign lies.
She sweeps her spear tip to gesture in your direction.
Ruasari would never let that happen. Where is your confidence in our Ranka?
I take it there's a problem.
You are the problem. We do not track dirt in our home.
We are no better than the outsiders if our Mataru act like inhospitable savages. Where is the courtesy and welcome of the Wahaki?
His questions cast a ripple of unease over every listener.
If you have such love for outsiders, let this one speak for himself.
She fixes her attention on you. If you fight me, you will all die. Wow. There's only one inhospitable savage on this plateau, and he stands before you. Good God. Give me a chance to prove myself worthy of your hospitality.
You are not the first to speak in honeyed words while caressing a hidden blade.
Maya rolls her eyes.
If the outsider turns on us, I say I will drag you through Tangaloa's maw with me.
She curls her upper lip at Aparo.
For all our sakes, may I be proven wrong.
Nodding to the assembled fighters, she signals them to disperse.
On behalf of those who remember our manners, welcome to Oreo Koiki.
He sighs and shakes his head at the warriors before refocusing on you. Is there usually much infighting when outsiders show up?
Ikira, I say circumstances have made us rough around the edges. Outsiders come with cannons, nets, torches. They do not come to talk.
Why are the Wahaki so protective of their land?
We safeguard any land that the trading companies have not stolen out from under Anakaza's throne. The islands will fall if the tribes do not recall our past and Ngati's covenant.
Ngati's covenant?
Ngati bade her followers to protect the islands, the tribes, and the luminous Adra. For this, she gave us the power to shape her domain. If we fail in our charges, the birthright of the Huana disappears. The Wahaki remember this. The Kahanga, they forget.
Why so much concern over the past?
We lost much of ourselves when cataclysm scoured the Deadfire. Somewhere among the islands, there's a place where we...
He stops himself and bites his upper lip. Ukaizo.
Ikira, my apologies, but I should say no more.
Back to my other questions.
Ask. I am pleased to be making a new friend.
What can you tell me about Rusare?
She is our Ranga, and the strength of our tribe.
He stands tall, wearing a proud grin.
I have never seen her without a mouthful of koiki. Even in battle, she wears a bandolier of fruit.
Bandolier? I've never heard that word pronounced in quite that way before.
A spirited, passionate, and very hungry woman is my Rusare.
Are you and Rusare married? Aparo regards you with confusion and then bursts into laughter.
How the outsiders enjoy their vows. The Huana pair off, but we need no documents or witnesses. When it strikes Rusare's fancy that we should sleep under one roof, we do so vigorously.
Vigorously.
Some think I influence her judgment, but they have the wrong of it. My back is too fragile for the weight of authority, I say.
I can imagine. Farewell. A most unusual lantern. You have no idea. None whatsoever. I'm gonna finish looking around the place before I go talk to Rusare. I guess that's...
Did you notice their face paint?
I guess that's the extent of it then. Kipeha?
Akira, what now?
Kipeha furrows her brow and waits. Well, I'd like to trade.
You're in luck. I am the only one on the island who trades with outsiders.
Well, let me see what you got. Kuwaru's prize. An additional 5% damage with spells. Really? 1 intellect, 1 perception. When the volcano erupted on the far side of the island, Paura Alwaha. Paura Alwaha, a Ranga of the local Huana tribe, ordered the Roparu shorewalkers to scour the lava fields in search of valuable volcanic ash to fertilize the crops. While performing this duty, one shorewalker came about a small white jewel resting atop the surface of a cooling lava pool. She carefully retrieved it. She took the gem to the village artisan, a Kuwaru who occasionally dealt with the lower caste, and asked him to make a ring with the stone so she could properly present it to the Ranga. The Kuwaru recognized the gem as a piece of the heart of the volcano. It was a prize beyond the station of the Roparu, and the Ranga surely would not appreciate its true value. He confiscated the jewel and sent the shorewalker away. He crafted a ring, but had no intention of parting with it. I mean, 1 intellect, 1 perception. What do you use, if I may be so inquisitive? Area of effect. I would gladly replace Gon's Pledge. Like, that's a damn decent ring. Let me get back over here.
Kira, what?
I'm buying this from you. This is now mine. And you are going to wear it over here. Gon's Pledge. I will put it on you, I think.
Don't know what to reckon when you go and give me gifts.
I'm listening.
Don't know what to reckon when you go and give me gifts. It's a ring so that you are more effective to me in combat. That's literally it, Shoti. Stop looking for feelings where there are none.
Just say the word.
Wahiki Storm Speaker. Wahaki, excuse me. Wahaki Storm Speaker. Haki. Gotta
That
stop
mural.
with the Wahiki.
That's the same headdress Theos wore.
Yes, it is. The mural is quite faded, but you still recognize the distinct silhouette of Theos Ix Arcana. That is not something you're likely to forget. The preparing table for burnt offerings reeks of spices and gore. The copper brazier reeks of ashes and burnt hair. A layer of soot and detritus line the blackened concavity. Place a bomb in the ash? Among the ashes you find charred fruit pits, scraps of parchment, shards of pottery, animal bones, and matted bundles of singed hair. Nothing else about the brazier stands out to you as interesting or relevant. Maybe I'll try putting a bomb in the ash later, but let's at least meet with the Ranga before I go blowing up random offering pits. It just doesn't seem like the best way to ingratiate myself. The Hockey Apprentice. Storm Speaker, Villager, and Villager. Apprentice, Apprentice, Apprentice. Interesting. Just walk by the nice big kitty. Hello, big kitty. A rusted construct. Awana with a foreign bird friend? Brute. Burapo. Tangara. Okay. And Rusare. The broad-shouldered woman on the throne lifts her gaze to meet yours. White face paint adds a grim aspect to her stoic demeanor. Smoldering braziers fill the air with oppressive heat, but she sits at ease.
Her face paint. You don't suppose...
Rusari turns her gaze to Aloth, who quickly falls silent. She returns her focus to you.
I am the Ranga of this tribe, and will not hesitate to send your soul through Tangaloa's maw if you threaten my people.
She steeples her fingers and watches your every move. I wager Tangaloa's maw is nicer than these ruins, at least. Wow, that's a very ill-advised comment. Well, that's a fine greeting. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ranga.
You have the gift of our hospitality during this audience. Do not abuse it.
The studious-looking man to the Ronga's side scrutinizes you.
But will our hospitality be returned?
A trembling mystic consults a palm full of runes. The Ronga silences him with a look. Sitting forward in her seat, she opens her fist to reveal a plump kawiki fruit. She takes a deep and thoughtful bite.
The Queen sent you to remind us we are vassals. Is that all?
She sets the kawiki down on the armrest and opens her palm, inviting you to speak. I came to scour this tribe from the Deadfire. Holy crap. Queen Onikaza II proposes an alliance with the Wahaki. The Wahaki seem on edge for some reason. I'm going to save this for last. The Wahaki seem on edge for some reason.
Akira, a good reason.
Rusari squeezes her kawiki until the juices run between her fingers.
You are knowing that the purchase of foreign slaves is allowed in the Deadfire?
A shadow falls over Rusari's eyes as she lowers her brows. I'm familiar with the practice.
To buy and sell kith is the work of monsters.
I agree.
These slavers hunt the waters around Oreo Kuiki.
Not anymore.
Like cowards, they shy away from the deeper jungle.
In spite of Rusari's hearty guffaw, not a trace of humor reaches her eyes. They don't anymore, I beg to differ. Unless there's a rogue faction, and I will gladly wipe those out for you too.
They steal my people from their fishing boats and sell them like pigs at auction. Where is Onikaza to stop them?
Rusari opens her arms and searches left and right.
Someone must teach them the meaning of Wahaki vengeance, I say.
You're talking about Crookspur. I already dealt with them.
Could this be true?
She glances to her attendants. You have lost an item, head of Master Kua, yeah. The priest consults his bones. His brow raises and he nods to the queen.
What say? If those parasites drew their final breaths, I would hear of it.
Master Kua is dead. His business is finished.
While Onikaza plays at diplomacy, we are the spear in the guts of our enemies. I have come to expect troubling news from outsiders. Today is no different, but at least you bring me a tale for my grandchildren.
Nodding to herself, Rusari looks you up and down, weighing something unspoken.
Rawatayan warships circle Crookspur, and the cries of bondage carry across the waves like the song of injured gulls.
You left Crookspur leaderless. You had to expect someone would occupy the vacancy. She chews the inside of her cheek and holds her silence.
Tell Onikaza that the Wahaki accept her authority. If the time comes when she needs to show foreigners the breadth of her power, we will be there. The hospitality of the Wahaki is yours. Respect our ways, and cause no trouble.
Damn it. I purposefully didn't. May I speak with you yet?
Come no closer, outsider.
Read her soul? You reach into her soul, chasing that spark of recognition. You feel hundreds of births and deaths within her, forming and disappearing like bubbles in boiling water. You sift past them all, focusing your overwhelmed senses on the memory of a strange, foreign man. When at last you seize it, you find yourself in the very same throne room, but the condition of the place and the memory of your host suggests that it is many, many hundreds of years ago, if not more. You are seated on the dais. A man is brought before you, dressed in stifling black robes. He reminds you of a corpse dressed for a funeral. He reminds you of something else, too, but one of your attendants leans in and interrupts the thought before you can follow it. She tells you that this is the man you asked to see, and that his people have been harassing yours. He calls himself Theos Ix Arcana. Explain yourself, stranger. He gives you a smile that sets your teeth on edge.
Your Excellency, I come to warn your people. Your presence among these ruins is an affront to the gods. You must remove yourself, lest you face the gods' wrath.
Indeed, the man is an even greater fool than you had been told. The gods surely take their time. We have lived here 200 years, and they have yet to raise an objection.
The timeline of the gods is not for mortals to understand. But even their patience shall wear thin, especially after this warning.
You certainly feel your patience wearing thin. Who is he, this foreigner, to send your people from their halls and homes? And who is he to tell your people, the survivors, about the wrath of the gods? What ungrateful guest evicts his hosts? Our ancestors built these places centuries ago. We will not leave. For a moment, his innocuous facade melts away and he blinks at you and your attendants. You get the impression that your response has surprised him.
Your people cling tightly to their history.
His jaw is tight as he speaks. He swallows hard, as if gulping something unpleasant.
But where are these designs among your arts? Where is the carved Adra in your wooden huts? These places were not built by the Huana, but by an ancient people from a distant land.
You knew he was a fool, but now you suspect he is a dangerous one. His words are a lie, but like the very best lies, they contain the shadow of truth. Everyone knows foreigners once lived among your people as guests, but they have not been seen in 200 years. What prickles the back of your neck is the question of how he might know this, and why he brings it to you. The murals in these places and the stories of our ancestors tell it differently. How would you, foreigner, know our history better than our own grandfathers?
I have seen your murals, and I know that you will recognize this.
He produces a helm with 2 horn-like protrusions and a mask attached. He is correct. You do recognize it. Your guards and attendants gasp. The man, Theos, smiles more broadly.
It was my people who built these places, and now I come before you bearing their warning.
At least that much is true. You turn to your gods. Your guards. Seize him. Just as a look of surprise appears on Theos' face, the ancient Ranga's memory skips ahead. You are looking at Theos once more. This time, however, he had a score of robed men and women. He and a score of robed men and women are bound amidst a heap of peat and wood. This time he is staring at you in disbelieving fury. You have gathered your people and told them that the foreigners before them are the same ones who came to the island centuries ago. And now your people are angry and frightened, too, because every Oaxacan remembers the story of how these foreigners abused the hospitality of their Huana hosts. So great was their iniquity that the gods destroyed the great city of Ukaizo and many other besides. Watch now as I wipe their stain from among us. Your people cheer. Theos struggles and yells, but his words are drowned out. Let us never forget that this foreigner is a trickster and his people a plague. Hundreds of Oaxaci stamp their feet and beat the ground with the butts of their spears. Still, Theos scowls and thrashes in protest. From this day forward, we must be vigilant. Let us root out such foreigners and keep our lands pure of their wickedness. The tribe cheers louder than ever, young and old. Mataru and Roparu, all are united in purpose. A change seems to come over Theos. The struggle leaves his body and the rage departs his face. Good. Let him accept his end. One of your attendants offers you a torch. Throw it into the pyre. You hurl the torch. The flames spread quickly. The foreigners scream as the fire advances. All except Theos, who looks back at you with a strange smile of satisfaction. You pull back from the memory and the gruesome scene evaporates around you.
Why do you stare so?
Rusari frowns at you. Do you recognize the name Theos, or the leaden key?
I know only that they clang and clash like foreign names.
She frowns, yet something in her soul sparks like kindling held to a flame. There is an ancient presence there with its own memory. Read her soul. Continue. Okay, so this is just going back through it again. Explain yourself, stranger. Yeah, I've already read through all this. It's just a different place to spark this history lesson.
Why do you stare so?
What's the significance of your face paint?
The Wahaki show outsiders that we know their deceitful face.
She spits on the floor.
My ancestor knew this face well. She recalled its every hateful curve to the Wahaki histories. We wear the bone-white grimace of our enemies and take power from it.
This Ingwithan ruin makes for a cozy hideout.
Do not speak the name of those who felled mighty Ukaizo. Their spirits are unwelcome.
Rusare narrows her eyes and studies you closely.
We do not hide. We are protecting a way of life that others would trample under their boots. The trading companies would strip the land that the gods gifted us and unmake the works of our ancestors. There is much to protect in the Deadfire. Too much for any single tribe.
She sighs, rolling her shoulders to release some of the tension. Discuss your slaver problem. Her eyes brighten with joy. Rusari steps closer and embraces you roughly, clapping your back.
What say? If those parasites drew their final breaths, I would hear of it. While Onakaza plays at diplomacy, we are the spear in the... I have come to expect troubling news from...
Okay...
Rawatayan warships circle Crooks. Tell Onakaza that the Wahaki...
Huh!
I will hear you, outsider.
Huh!
I will hear you, outsider. I know only that they clang and clash like
Came across a ravaged merchant ship not far from here.
Akira, outsiders know better than to draw close to Wahaki lands.
Her fingers ball into a fist.
We leave the symbol of the War Club as we have for generations. A warning, I say. A reminder.
That war club looks like a much older version of the leaden key insignia.
Eloth leans close, whispering to you.
One which goes unheeded.
An unenthused smile slowly forms and fades. Farewell. Okay.
Back there, with the chieftain. Did you see something?
Did I see something? Oh, let's take care of my level ups real quick. I think 15 is plenty. I will start leveling your athletics for healing stuff, for self-heal. I'll have you do bluff. Ranger fires a powerful, unerring shot with their ranged weapon, striking all characters in a line with increased damage and penetration as well as enfeebling them. Wow. Shadowed Hunters. The ranger and their animal companion both actively conceal themselves, vanishing from sight until they attack. While invisible, both the ranger and their companion receives healing and reduce hostile effect durations. Huh. Distraction training. The ranger has trained their companion to use their mobility and quickness to outmaneuver enemies in combat. When an enemy misses the ranger's animal companion with a melee attack, that enemy receives a penalty to their deflection. Ooh. That's not bad at all. Giving the ranger and animal companion an accuracy bonus against that target. If the prey is killed, the mark will jump to a nearby enemy. Ooh, I didn't know it did that. Well, no, it wouldn't done that. Did not know it did that. The ranger shot now hobbles. Aim becomes more accurate. Accuracy 20. Bonus accuracy 20. Two projectiles at once. I think I'm going to take that. And man, there's actually several things now that I want to do. Reduce hostile effectuations. Let's do Shadowed Hunters. Okay, and then the L off. I will up your Arcana. I will up your History. Okay, you can take max level spells. So Meteor Shower. Cloak of Death. The cloak will banish the wizard's melee attackers, imprisoning them in darkness for a short time, where they cannot take actions and will receive rapid raw damage over time. What? Menletta's Missile Salvo. Cascade of erratic missiles upon an area. These missiles release shockwaves on impact that deal crushing corrode damage. Lingrath's Reflection. Console halts corrosive skin. The target's own skin eats away at them, dealing large amounts of corrode damage over time and weakening them, preventing healing. 8 corrode damage per second for 30 seconds. What? 8 times 3, that's 816, just 240 freaking damage. That's nice. Holy crap, that's nice. I want it. Petrifications around flesh transmuted to stones. Near death, the spell's cast and there's a chance the penetration will be permanent. Arcane Cleanse strips off all beneficial effects on those in the area of effect. And Sitzel's Enchanted Armor. It conjures 2 large and powerful enchanted weapons in the caster's hands and a brilliant arcane breastplate to protect them. And I think it's Crush and Corrode. And this is just pure Corrode. This, on the other hand, is Fire with a burning effect. But it's actually, it seems super damn weak though. Range 5, penetration 7. God, that seems so weak. Missile salvo. I'm gonna grab that. Alright, and let's talk.
Yes?
He looks back at you. I read an ancient memory in Rusare's soul and found a link to the Leaden Key. You tell Aloth about the past life you glimpsed in Rusare's soul, about her long ago meeting with Theos, this warning about the ruins, her decision to execute him, and her mandate to the Wahaki to defend their territory from outsiders.
That's like what he told the Glanfathans. I bet he didn't expect they'd kill him for it. Would have loved to see the look on his face.
No, you wouldn't have.
Then the Wahaki are the painted masks. They've been serving the Leaden Key's interests for 2,000 years without even knowing it.
Aloth blinks, working through the implications.
Though not, it seems, in the way Theos intended.
He frowns, rubbing his skin, his chin, rubbing his skin.
Now that's just wrong.
Teeth gritted, she shakes her head. What are you thinking, Aloth?
Belief is a curious thing.
He crosses his arms, settling back on the balls of his feet.
Once, the Wahaki believed they were guarding themselves against the Ingwithans, Theos' people. Yet over time, they became hostile toward all outsiders.
A thoughtful furrow splits his brow. It's a logical extension of what they learned from Theos. Or what of it? What of it?
It's not just that the Wahaki misread Theos' original message. It fundamentally changed them.
He purses his lips.
They went from being a large and well-connected tribe to a much smaller one defined by isolationism.
Worry burrows into the shadows and creases on his face. And this has got you thinking again about the consequences of your intervention.
You see all the ninnying I suffer from this lad? Right sure 'tis rattling around in his noggin.
Ah! Damn it, Isilmir.
You know me too well.
His wry grin doesn't quite banish the air of melancholy.
I've been chasing the leaden key, trying to undo the harm they've caused. But what if I'm only making matters worse?
Private agony muffles his voice. His breath catches in his throat as the full weight of his words hits him.
Might I be to blame? Have I made a grievous mistake in getting involved?
Through his scars and lines and newfound purpose, you catch a glimpse of the Aloth you knew 5 years ago, scared, alone, desperate for direction. Okay. Now these are choices that run the gamut. I cannot see an option to reply to this that isn't here in some form. I just have to decide which one I want to go with. Theos accomplished his goals, just not the way he originally planned. Your problem is looking for specific, immediate results.
You're right. Perhaps I've been unrealistic in my expectations. But I suppose that doesn't make the effort any less meaningful, does it?
Oh god, you probably can't do worse than Widewind's Legacy. Oh, that's kind of a low blow. I'm glad you've recovered your sense of purpose.
The strange thing is, this whole ordeal has given me some sympathy for Theos. Not that I condone his actions, of course.
He quickly clears his throat.
But I can't imagine he thought he'd destroy an entire generation either. Well, not in the beginning, anyway.
He clasps his hands and presses his lips together, trying to formulate a thought. When he opens his mouth again, he speaks as if he's choosing his words carefully.
What I mean to say is, he thought he was doing the right thing. Even at the end.
Then his example is a cautionary tale for you. We should learn from it.
A prudent suggestion. At any rate, it will be a relief to move forward. It was always too comfortable to leave the hard decisions to others. To simply follow along.
He cocks his head in reflection and inclines it toward you.
I only wonder now what sort of decision you'll have to make when we finally confront Eothas.
Me too.
Anyway, thank you. This has lifted a great burden from my shoulders.
Is there anything else to talk to him about? Nope.
Yeah?
Alright, so that has happened. Sorcerer and a gentleman. Oh, that's... Okay, so I've just finished Eothas' personal quest. Interesting. Fruitful Alliance, return to Queen Onikaza. Okay, the last sanctuary. I am going to go down...
Leave it to me.
And see what happens when you stick a bomb in the soot. I'm going to save first, because I have a feeling this is going to draw a fair bit of... Oh, hello, Barapo.
I would pray louder if it kept outsiders away from Oreo-Kawiki.
Barapo straightens his bearing and looks down his nose at you.
I say Bruasare would not like it if I denied you hospitality.
How do you and Tangara get along?
Poorly. He ventures away from our islands and invites the wrath of the gods, I say.
Barapo folds his arms and squeezes his shoulders.
May Ngati devour that outsider construct he dragged back with him.
What's your role in the tribe?
I keep the gods at bay.
He touches his brow with a shaking hand.
The tribe balances on the edge of ruin, and my burnt offerings appease those who watch over us. Godlessness raised the green man, and the gods will put him back down, I say.
You think Gon's gonna set the final harvest upon us because of Kith's godlessness? Maybe. But ain't no god's gonna stop him.
She rubs the side of her jaw in thought.
Akira, this is why Outlanders do not speak the will of the gods for the tribe.
Barapo crosses his arms and smirks at Shoti.
Oh, I'd say that statue has more than its share of God in it.
For what does your crew of misfits address me?
Barapo frowns at Adair and retreats back a step. Well, I have a feeling if I was going to do this, I should have done it before. But I didn't, so... Oh, he's walking away. I did not expect him to walk away. I will be very happy to let him walk away. Save. Over that. Place a bomb in the ash. After taking stock of your inventory explosives, you can decide which one to plant in the ash. A grenade or an immolator. An immolator. You nestle the explosive among the ashes, gently brushing soot and other leavings over it in a discreet mound. The next time the brazier is lit, it will surely explode. Wait. Barapo was killed. He wasn't even here. The brazier is safe again. You recognize the distant silhouette of Theos Ix Arcanon.
Your orders? Just say the word.
You have the best chances of... The Light of Dawn, a Red Saren morality play, Part 1, Charity and Generosity. Necklace of Fireballs. Okay.
What did you...
Ah, there's a thing here. Juana Charm Belt. Stride and Survival. This bowl is full to bursting with ripe kawiki. It looks as if Rusar's attendants stock it regularly to keep pace with Ranga's appetite. These kawiki smell particularly sweet and pungent, likely owing to their growth in the deeper jungle. The smell overpowers the stench of the braziers, which suffuses the rest of the temple.
Captain?
Nice
Give me
and
the
quiet.
Oreo Kawiki Underground? Sorry, Barapo. See, when it let me put the bomb in there, I expected it to, like, blow the soot out of the bowl and have a switch at the bottom that would open the wall where Theos' picture was or something. You stand at the top of Oreo Koiki's highest cliffs, peering down at the jungle below with due caution. Climb down. Taking a deep breath, you begin the slow and careful descent to the bottom of the cliff, mindful of any unstable footholds. Infested Koiki? This Koiki fruit looks a day past its prime, but still edible. Holding it to the light reveals a darker truth. The seeds under the skin possess tiny legs, wings, and vicious pincers. The infestation seems dormant for now, but it's anyone's guess what could happen after an incautious bite. That's interesting. Alright, but I think I have done here what I needed to do here. Let us return to the boat. A grand old galleon sits just off the shore, listing so hard to the side its top deck stands nearly vertical. Its mainmast has been snapped clean in half, as if by the hand of an angry beast. Sift through the wreckage. 4 hours, got some rice. Ooh, silver loose. Some repair supplies. And that's it. Rikuhu's Mall. A school of fish? The waters of the Deadfire are as flat and translucent as a sheet of stained glass, and a steady wind guides Junk along. The scent of a well-spiced stew rises from below decks. Shield Sister Dahlia and Vector are perched on the gunwale, legs and fishing poles dangling over the water. Caught myself a real prize the other day, Shield Sister Dahlia says. Slipped off my hook, though. I keep telling you to use a bigger one, Vector chuckles. Seem to recall that dark-eyed barkeep in Queen's Birth slipping off your hook, too. I'm sure Shield Sister Dahlia will land a real prize someday. She smirks and laughs. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Captain. Not if the fool doesn't invest in better tackles, all I'm saying, Vector says. But Shield Sister Dahlia has stiffened. You see that? You look. A dark shape moves under the water. It's almost at the edge of the horizon, but it's rapidly approaching. Shield Sister Dahlia stands. One of Galloway's spawn. It's coming right for us. Identify it. Adair stares out of the shape. I think that's a barbed ravager. A barbed ravager. A gargantuan shark known for ramming ships and sinking them. Cast defensive words on the ship. With arms spread wide, Shoti chants, weaving defensive magic across the hull. The surfacing beast is about 30 feet of scales, spines, and sinew. It looks like an enormous shark, except for the wicked rows of spines running along its body. Each look sharp enough to cleave a man in two, or puncture the hull of a ship. The beast rams you. The ship shudders, hurling Vector into the mast. The sailor slides to the deck, unmoving. The hull takes 5 damage. Okay. Ravager again surfaces. The grenade sails wide of its gaping maw, only to hit the water with a disappointing plunk. The beast tears into the side of the ship. 15. Oof. The deck pitches wildly, and with a terrified scream, Irina spins off the deck and into the water. Men overboard, say to Irina. Runs to the rail. Fishing pole in hand as Raptor surfaces again. The sailor jabs at the monster, jamming the pole deep into its eye. Nice. As the monster thrashes, she throws a rope to Irina. Fire the cannons. Blood and smoke cloud the air and the creature vanishes beneath the waves. After a tense, quiet moment, red froth rises in the roiling water. A mangled carcass surfaces like a nightmare before sinking slowly into the depths. Below your cannoneers groan and sigh in relief. Okay, well, thankfully I have plenty of supplies to repair the ship. Oof. Okay, I need to get her healing. Vector needs to heal. Here. You. Okay. 5 days to heal. That shouldn't be too bad. Why is my ship all the way over there? Where are you going, ship? That is a little disconcerting. But that's fine. I'll get it back on track. Oh, there we go. Okay, Sayuga. When I see Bakarna's observatory, then I need to... Oh, there's the deck of many things again. Okay, Bakarna's observatory. Let's go to the isolated beach. Or whatever the name of this. Let's go investigate the isolated beach on this place. As you make your way along the road, you notice the light dimming, as if a shadow has fallen over you. You glance around, unsure of where it's coming from. The air feels thick, pregnant with unseen energy. The road ahead looks clear, but you've been deceived by appearances before. I don't detect anything resembling conventional Kith magic. I would advise caution. Eothas flutters his fingers over his grimoire, eyes scanning your surroundings. A large stone stands just off the road, and your head swims as you approach it. Behind it, you locate an unusual collection of bones and sticks, a small, wilder totem that glows balefully, its power disturbing the essence around it. Destroy the totem. With a few brutal strikes, you reduce the totem to a pathetic pile. The air immediately clears, the droning you heard before replaced with a nearby rustling. A large naga slithers forward, hissing, its tongue flickering between long fangs, a talon-tipped finger extended toward you. A few other nagas hiss in choral response, and the group approaches, their savage weapons at the ready. So we've got a shaman and an archer. Warrior, warrior, archer. You go. How big an area is this? Not super. No. Let's cast that. Shoti. I really need to switch this goddamn bow. This thing is, it's crazy, but I don't want to change my enemies into more enemies. Especially not at random. Okay, let's do that. Ishiza, go! Full AI. So just do that. I'm gonna have you do. Symbol of Eothas. Enemies in the area granting defensive bonuses to allies. How big is this? Ooh, it will hit them all. It will. Right there. Oh, I can see what the dragon looks like. Yes, give me dragons. Show me dragons. Well, there they are. Those are dragons? What? Electricity. Tail lash knockdown. Interesting.
Uh-huh. I got this.
Okay. Very, very, very small map area. So let's just go. Abandoned village. You discover a small village nestled in a hillside. It's silent save for the whistle of wind through open windows. As you near, you find the bodies of long-dead kith on the street, their bones cracked and scored with the teeth of marks of a large beast. Search. Boots of the White. Ooh. Okay. Nothing of value. Cloak of Deflection. 12 palm stones. Interesting. Alright, what is when you're a cleft? The jungle grows increasingly dense as you travel east. The shade provided by the canopy above does little to mitigate the heat. Moisture and the perpetual choir of insects thicken the air. The path rises to a sharp incline and your legs ache as you ascend. Slowly the jungle thins and you find yourself atop a long ridge. Before you spreads a yawning chasm. It stretches from the mountains in the north towards the sea to the south, and you can't make out the bottom for the darkness. Curiously, a rope spans the divide. Examine the rope. History. Okay, I have a history buff among me. It's a 3-strand twisted rope, much like those purveyed by any number of merchants across Eora. It seems surprisingly clean and unworn, easily strong enough to bear the weight of the heaviest kith. The craftsmanship is likely Reacher, perhaps Derwooden or Vailian. Search the surrounding area. There's nothing overtly suspicious, certainly no sign of traps. Recent footprints crowd the rocks and the rope is anchored to, though. Kith and Ogre, both. Several sets, it looks like. Take advantage of the view. From the top of the cliff, you can look back over the western expanse of the island. The Deadfire shimmers blue towards the horizon, the islands of Kuaurikuhu just visible to the south. You can even make out junk at anchor at the distance. It's as if the entire eastern side of the island was forced up out of the ground. Or perhaps the western half sank into the sea. To the northeast, a thin line of smoke rises from the jungle. I don't suppose you know what this place is. A yawning chasm? Why don't you give it a name and see if it catches on? Maya shrugs. Alright, let's see about crossing the rope. The rope creaks as you grab hold and shimmy out onto it. You pull yourself across, hand by hand, until you hang suspended over the gorge. Your muscles tingle and your hands burn, and you've got further left to go than you've already crossed. Keep going. You continue across the gorge, your sweat dripping into the abyss below you. At last, you reach the safety of the far side. Beyond the canyon, the jungle opens up into a broad field interspersed with huge fruit-dotted trees. The jungle continues toward the mountains to the north, but to the southeast, the Deadfire is visible above a sharp decline toward the shore. What draws your eyes, however, is the sight that rises before you. One of the trees, blackened and blistered by flame, hosts a number of Amawa-sized corpses suspended by the neck. You see that, right, Watcher? I'm not caught in another nightmare, am I? Shoti's eyes track from corpse to corpse, and a wince steals across her face. Hey, I'm not dreaming this, right? Look, if I wanted to see this kind of thing, I'd have stayed home. There, his mouth firm, diverts his attention to the ground nearby. Yeah, I was thinking of the hanging tree that you met the dwarf at from the first game, too. Nearby movement and voices grab your attention. You see, of all people, 4 members of your crew standing around the base of the tree. We should bury them. It's what they'd want, and what the gods demand, Aled growls. Sure, Oswald answers, right after we finish going through their pockets. They don't have pockets, Shield Sister Dahlia says, strictly speaking. Giordu Red-Handed frowns up at the tree. Is anyone else worried about who did this? It clearly wasn't Beast or Kith. You're suggesting an ogre wouldn't hang a bunch of corpses? Oswald asks, because these look like ogre prints to me. Eyes wide, Aled snaps to attention. Captain! What are you doing out here? Oswald coughs. We were out gathering supplies for junk, Captain, just as we always do when we're docked. The hand points at the tree, and this seemed worth investigating. How do you even get out here? Shield Sister Dahlia looks slightly flummoxed by the question. We're sailors, Captain. Climbing's part of the job. Besides, Oswald chimes in, there was a rope. The line over the gorge wasn't yours, then? No, Captain, George the Red Hand answers with a shake of his head. I doubt any of us own rope that doesn't belong to junk. I own a rope, Oswald grumbles. It's 8 feet long and in fine condition, thank you. Find anything interesting? Arms crossed, Oswald frowns at the ground. Not yet. We haven't been here long enough to take a good look around. That's not entirely true, Geordie Redhand says. Look at the wounds on these folks, and the rope used to string them up. It all suggests raiders from the Eastern Reach. Oswald sighs. There you go again, showing off for the captain. Cut them down and give them a proper burial. Aled smiles and salutes. Of course, Captain. You'll see to it right away. They draw knives and make their way toward the tree. Maya sighs through her nose. A few minutes later, Giordu Red-Handed approaches you. Excuse me, Captain. Thought you might want to see these. They look special. The sailor presents a pair of Juana shoes. They're a little sooty, but otherwise no worse for wear. Getting an item, footprints of Ahutaka. The item is put in your stash. You move toward the tree. Vultures perched among its branches peer down at you like judges presiding over a court. Search the area. Frowning, Maya waves you over and points out a few oddities. While the clothing these Juana wear resembles that of the Juana, while the clothing these Amawa wear resembles that of the Juana, they favor hides and leathers over cloth and shell. Some were stabbed once before they were hanged, bearing wounds consistent with swords or daggers. A few have had their throats slit. Few have burn marks. The tree was clearly burned before they were killed. Search for the presence of spirits. You see the spirits at the edge of your vision, almost without trying. When you open yourself to their presence, they wash over you, a torrential rush of blistering pain and icy fear. The foreign kith jostle you with shoulder and elbow, prod you with blade and spear. Their armor, too heavy for the Deadfire, shines in the firelight as if they were virtuous. You spit. No, there's no virtue in these godless raiders. They killed the young druid, they broke the elder's staff and stole the doctor's herbs. Now they burn Amira's tree. Will it ever again host every color known to God or kith against the perfect azure dome of the sky? You pray it will. You pray to Amira, to Ngati, to Rikuhu, Kuhopa, and Tengaloa both, and to the faces of Taumawai. What more can these foreigners take from you, you wonder, as they cut off lengths of rope? Your lives? The vision ends abruptly, washing away like water over the side of the ship's deck. You put that lamp of yours to use, Shodi? With a solemn nod, the Dawn Star raises her lantern, a harsh swing. Then the light from the inside bursts like a dying star as she reaps the spirits of the lost. Leave the tree and continue your journey. You cross the clearing, leaving the morbid tree behind, and re-enter the jungle. Oh, I need to put some more water up here, don't I? I have other things, like you can have the tar loaf. I'll put some more fruit. Ekavit. The Black Isle Bastards flag. You can have the Mepu. Ah. I'll put a bunch of this rice. Actually, you can have all this rice. Got plenty of food. White Yennefer, you can have that. It's about all of the... Well, I guess I can give them that too. Anybody that wants to eat those can do so. Yeah. Alright. Check out this shipwreck. You come upon an abandoned sloop run aground on the beach. The nearby coral and volcanic rocks may have smashed its hull to kindling, but there might still be something salvageable in the hold. Sift through it. Found some bronze hone. Nothing. Some milk. Okay. I think because of how fast milk usually spoils, I'm gonna go ahead and put that in the drinks. Alright, let us land in the Isle of Eothas. Matakau landing. You disembark on a calm beach. A thick tree line ahead separates you from the deeper jungle. You see evidence that another landing party arrived here before. Booted tracks lead off into the jungle, though it doesn't look as if anyone returned this way. The beach is conspicuously quiet, and it takes you a moment to realize what's missing. The chirp or warble of birds. Then you spot it. Subtle movement in the tree line. You're not alone. Show your empty hands. I know you're out there. Let's talk about this. Several Huana warriors decorated with the face paint of the Wahaki calmly emerge from the tree line. A tall warrior steps forward, grinning at you all the while. Keen senses, friend. Let us speak. He gestures to a spot on the beach. The Wahaki warrior crosses his arms and appraises you with a critical eye. Face paint adds definition to his already severe features. He stretches his mouth open wide and lets out a prolonged yawn. Greetings.
You are known to us, outsider. But your presence disturbs me all the same.
He cradles an axe in both hands and turns it over with slow, deliberate motions.
You step on the grounds of Motare Okozi. I can tell from your expression that you have no idea what this means to our tribe.
He lets the axe hang at ease by his side, though his fingers release none of their tension. I know what it meant to your ancestors. This was part of an ancient Huana evacuation route.
Akira, you know your history better than I guessed. You have the favor of the Wahaki, which is why I tell you this in words and not in bloodshed. Do not set foot in the jungles of Motare Okozi. It would be a breach of our traditions, and a trip through Rakuhu's bowels for the likes of you. I thought my message to the Huana Prince was clear. He needs reminding that to trespass on the jungle ruin is a death sentence.
Mbeta narrows his eyes at you. What is so dangerous about Motare Okozi?
We do not venture into the deeper jungle, but we know it for what it is. A place where nature has gone mad.
He lets the silence drag on until the point has its deserving emphasis.
It is not for me to explain the tales of our people, but I warn you to keep your distance. Motare Okozi has claimed more lives than you would guess.
Let's have it. How many?
Imagine a number. It is more, I say. This island soured in an age when tribes were vulnerable and separated from their kin. It grew teeth where none had sprouted before. Imagine the feast laid out for an opportunistic glutton.
Why do the Wahaki protect this island?
We plan for the day when we will recover our past where we left it. On the shores of Lost Ukaizo. While foreigners take our lands out from under us, that future grows more distant.
He flares his nostrils and looks toward the shore.
The ruins in the deeper jungle. They are too precious to risk in an outsider's hands.
Why do you assume the prince sent me?
Explorers from Neketaka landed here. You must know by now they did not return. It is no wonder the prince sent a second group to find the first. He cares more about riches and plunder than the lives of his servants.
You were the one who sent the prince that bloodied cloth, weren't you?
Akira, the island is closed to outsiders. All who set foot here are doomed to perish. The prince sent explorers into the maw of this island. Their drained corpses and bloodied clothes were all they left behind. If Aruihi intends on repeating his mistakes, I am thinking he will not stand for long against the foreigners. To the depths with him, then.
Mbeta spits on the ground.
A prince of Neketaka should put the wishes of his people over his ambition.
I'm looking for a lost expedition and knowledge of the island Ukaizo. He shares a guarded look with the other warriors. Something private, buried under layers of exchanged looks and understanding, passes between them.
You will find only bones and ruin, blighted with decay, and worse. The deeper jungle is fouled. Nature is wrong here. And your very presence makes her drool with hunger.
Her? Mbeta holds his silence, but his stare is full of warning. Thank you for the warning, but I'll be going now.
Ruasare does not share my reservations about you, and I have several of those. If you earned her confidence, I would be a poor excuse of a warrior to stand in your way. But I would be an even poorer host if I stood aside and allowed the beasts of the jungle to suck your marrow. You see how I am torn in half.
Mbeta draws a line in the sand with his toe. He focuses down on it thoughtfully. You've conducted yourself with honor. Let me do the same in part as friends. He eyes you with interest. At first you don't know how he's going to react, but then he sweeps sand over the line he drew.
May you live to see cleaner shores than these, outsider.
Mbeta inclines his head with respect. What? There we go. I was wondering what was happening there, game. You had me worried for a second there, game. On the tribe's tradition keeps it in. Okay, let's check this out. Come upon a flight of wide steps that descend deep into the earth. Chill air radiates from a dark doorway at the bottom of the stairs. It smells faintly of dust and cold stone. Let's do some searching. I found an item, Blight Heart. Find a strange item on the ground. Vines twist about its length, holding it fast to the earth. You manage to pull the vines away, though you find them strangely resistant to your efforts. Their removal reveals an arquebus of unusual make. Okay. A yellowed scroll, 2 scrolls of withdrawal. Ring of minor deflection. Nothing of value. 2 scrolls of withdrawal. Oh yeah, I forgot about the boots. Footprints of Ahutaka. +1 casts with level 2 priest spells. Ooh. Graceful motion, +2 dexterity, and an additional 10% healing done. Wow, I think I know who this is going on. These humble sandals once belonged to the Rawatai priest Ahutaka, who kept no home and had no family. He chose a life of self-imposed exile, wandering the lands of Eora to heal the sick. He would aid anyone in need with no regard for their allegiances or past deeds. Shunned by the aristocracy and elites wherever he went, Ahutaka ministered in the slums and brothels. He passed no judgment and offered only peace and acceptance. He was often observed after battles, tending to the wounded and comforting the dying on both sides. This eventually drew the ire of a victorious commander. If the vagabond priest wanted to preach to whores and degenerates, that was fine, but healing the commander's enemies was a step too far. The commander ordered his troops to execute the meddling priest where he stood. When none of his men proved willing to carry out the order, the commander drew his own blade and struck Ahutaka down. According to legend, Ahutaka used his dying breath to offer his killer forgiveness. And Blightheart Arquebus. Exceptional 30 to 38. What? 11 penetration. Blunted criticals, unfit for melee. Veil piercing. 30% damage. Living wood. 20% chance to cast corrode damage on. Oh, corrode damage cone AoE from self and hobble target on attack. Chanter, Ranger, and Wizard. A small oilskin wrapped letter lay with the arquebus in the grave. The pinned letters are blocky and deliberate. Well, now you've done it, fool. I don't know if you be a grave robber or just an opportunistic knacker, but you've stepped into a mess in either case. You found the gun, and I don't suppose anything I write here will convince you to put it back where you found it. So be it. Listen and listen well. There be dark places in certain forests where souls linger after death. Hangman trees, quicksand mires, deadfalls, and the like. Places where people met their end. The Minpoagra find these places, hungry for the soul energies. I've seen them. It was my job to clear them out of the woods, them and other monsters, and I was damn good at it. Good enough to become prideful and foolish. I killed me a big one, a Minpoagra matriarch. A mean bitch she was, cruel and hungry. Thought I'd make her into a trophy. Took her twisted wooden heart out and fashioned a new tool of my trade. There's a blank area at the bottom of the letter as if some text is missing. The red hand is... Oh, it's legendary quality. 13 penetration. Bind the soul there. Apply 30 dexterity afflictions. Okay, you can hobble. That's a dexterity affliction, so that should work. And hobble, yeah, for living wood. Alright, let's see how it performs. Go to Motario Kosi. Okay.
Help! Please!
Baltia.
Blanca! Help me!
Thorn-covered vines encircle this Valian woman, constricting around her in a deadly embrace. Her speech gets cut short as one of the vines around her midsection tightens its hold, nearly forcing the breath from her lungs. Gritting her teeth, she braces against the vines and fights to steal back some breathing room.
Pazzo! Stinking weed!
She regards you with tired, bloodshot eyes. See if you can do something about those vines.
Thank you. Only I don't know how we're going to manage it.
She strains to take a measure. If I pulled the larger vines away, could you squirm out of there?
Maybe. This vine is squeezing me hard enough to make a chore of it. But I am needing all the help I can get.
She offers you an encouraging nod. Pull up the vines with your hands.
Madico! The damn thing is getting tighter!
Baltia winces and grits her teeth with determination.
I hope that you have a strong grip, Frero, or this could end poorly for me.
Adair, how about you give it a try?
Ooh, little old me?
Adair flexes his hands a few times and stretches back each broad set of fingers. He smiles like a man content with his purpose in life. He grips the vines and rears back, leveraging every muscle in his body. With a wet snap, the largest of the vines releases Baltia from its hold.
Nice to feel wanted.
Suddenly feel a crawling sensation in the back of your head.
Fiend! Remove yourself from our domain.
The disembodied voice batters your mind like a hailstorm before swiftly departing.
I think that did it. Agrasima.
She struggles to her feet with a pained groan, massaging aches all over her body.
Our ship landed on the other side of the island, but I am the last of the crew, and I cannot sail her alone. May I join your voyage? I do not care where we make port, as long as it is far from here.
What happened to you?
Director Castle sent us. We were shadowing a Juana expedition, trying to figure out what they were after.
Her gaze wanders toward the outer limit of the visible ruin.
Corpses, all of them. But we couldn't turn our backs on the mission, so we went deeper into the jungle.
What did you find?
North of here, there is a golden disc. Big, heavy thing. One of my mates took a piece of it. Everything went wrong after that. Something took us while we rested. Oh gods. I woke up and there was a flower growing out of my casita's mouth. I started pulling weeds out from between his teeth. Then I got hit from behind and woke up here.
How has this place already claimed 2 expeditions?
There is something guiding the creatures here. A woman, I think. She gets under your skin.
Baltia raises a shaking hand to her temple.
I only caught a glimpse of her in passing. Huge. And her daughters are none too fond of outsiders.
You mentioned something about a golden disc?
But we didn't learn much. It was already missing a piece by the time we got here. The most I saw were a bunch of Juana's scribblings. I wager it was what the other expedition came to find. Not that their luck was any better than ours.
I heard something in my head while I was setting you free.
That is the rotted queen, the matriarch of this blighted ruin.
Baltia aims a fearful look off into the jungle.
She has jabbered in my head since I got caught. The trees, the vines, this nightmare. Matiko! It's all of her making.
What do you suggest I do about this rotted queen?
Kill her. If ever this jungle had a shred of beauty, she wrapped her claws around its throat and choked the life out of it. You can't bargain with a creature like that. I don't care what anyone says.
No, welcome to the crew. I'll see you on the ship.
Ak Casita! I will see you on board.
Snapping to a sharp salute, Baltia manages a pained but genuine grin.
If I was mad enough to tarry a moment longer, I would walk with a quiet step.
Why's that?
The Bugra who guard this jungle get edgy whenever anyone steps near their trees.
She nods, flashing you a respectful salute.
Makes me regret all those times I told Kana to eat his vegetables.
Something I can do.
Makes me regret all those times I told Kana to eat his vegetables.
Good thinking.
Fosa.
A corrupted tiger. What?
Silvis mitum. I'll teach you a lesson.
Shoot the foie gras. Ishiza, you come out here. I want you to chuck a Kane's chaotic orb, or Sanes or Thanes or whatever. Tane's chaotic orb. Shoti Ruben.
Yeah.
Go. So the foie gras is dead.
Still got
Love for beyond sake.
Okay, that's an Audra ooze. Ooh.
That was about as useful as a bump on a pickle.
About as useful as a bump on a pickle. The inscription reads, "A harvest of koiki blooms without toil. The fruit of the dead sustains the living."
What
Hmm.
we hear?
Ring of minor deflection and some obsidian flakes. Obsidian. Ooh, an orphaned cat. Little Babs. What you got for me, little Babs? Bonus to dexterity and a bonus to deflection against enemy weapon attacks. That's not bad. Your area effects attacks do more damage. Your party's healing potions and abilities are more effective. I think I'm gonna keep the healing. I like having extra healing. Extra ability to keep my people hale and hearty. I'm quite fond of the thought of this. How big is the map for this place? Okay, it's not super big, but it's not exactly small.
What we hear?
Fosa.
Adair, go! Whoa. Spoiling the rotted lady.
Trespasser! Vile defiler!
A stench of rot hovers near the Menpoigra. She points a crooked, wand-like finger at you and advances. Are you responsible for this blight?
We do not speak to the fertilizer.
She halts her step to regard you with an affronted snarl.
You are nothing but water to feed our young, soil to birth our seed.
She extends both her arms and shrieks a high-pitched call. Vines uncoil from the ground beneath your feet and tense with hungry anticipation. Call off your pets before I cut them off at the root.
Ha! Your furious water will feed our garden long after you are a withered husk.
Suddenly she stops herself, pinching her lips and narrowing her eyes. The conviction of your words has given her pause.
So, you're more than just some fool brawler, like all the rest.
Pulling a ropey length of gore from between her long fingers, she lowers it into her gaping maw and chews thoughtfully.
Then we will hearken to your chatter, for now.
She narrows her eyes and waits, swaying like a willow and rubbing her dry fingers together like kindling. What are you?
We are the life of this isle, and the guardian of its Adra.
She glances toward the outcropping of ruined minerals sprouting from the ground.
When death spread wide her arms to embrace the Deadfire, we twisted ourselves and stood tall against her. When the Kith who angered the gods sought refuge, we nursed our young on their remains. And we do not suffer their blight to enter our garden.
She peels her lips back and exhales a dry breath. I'm only here to find evidence of lost Ukaizo.
The comings and goings of Kith halted long before you first drew breath.
She flares her nostrils, taking in your scent.
You are millennia too late. Ukaizo is gone to the likes of you.
Your lands are blighted and your mind as well. Is it possible to heal you?
Ah, you are blind to the harmony of our grove, Outlander. We are perfection. You are the only infestation here.
A black beetle crawls from her leering jaws and into the tangled mass of her hair. You forget yourself. There is a wrongness on this island, and it deserves to be set right. She bares her teeth and takes a combative step forward. Her foot sinks into the mud and she pries it up with a wet sucking sound. She blinks down at the rotted earth.
We look out on our garden and see green, bounty, life. The oldest cycle made healthy after the blight of Ukaizo's fall. Is this not so?
She squints, taking in her surroundings without knowing where to settle her gaze. Perhaps once. Not any longer. She snarls, drawing her hand across her mouth and wiping a line of sap away.
This brackish water. I have rooted here for centuries, and I recognize nothing.
Her spindly arms fall to her side with a sound of splintering wood.
The grove does not die. No, it lives in death.
It can live again if I restore your Adra pillar.
You can do this.
She narrows her eyes and weighs the matter, nodding slowly to herself.
We feel a weight of souls about you, Watcher. If you can save the grove, then do it.
She points a bony finger to her tree and the Adra pillar nestled among its trunk. This corrupted tree bows crookedly under its own weight. Every limb drips with thick, putrid sap. Its vines have entangled the tip of an Adra pillar and seem to be infesting it with the same rot that permeates the surrounding jungle. Investigate the corruption closer. You shift aside leaves and vines, poking your fingers into an ooze-filled knothole. The sap running down the bark is both hot and uncommonly sticky. Down in its core, the tree is still green and alive. It won't be long before the whole organism becomes a ravening parasite, but it seems aware enough to slow that inevitable decline. Inspect the pillar of Adra. Its surface is pitted and dark and slick with sap. Though the pillar still connects to the wheel, the tree has adapted to feed its roots by draining raw essence. Giving the tree enough essence to sustain itself would put an end to the parasitic connection. Feed the tree enough soul essence to heal itself. You reach out and touch the surface of the Adra, wiping away a line of sap. The ambient soul essence responds at once, bubbling up to the surface and feeding the roots of the tree in response to your will. You hear a sound like a rock splitting in half. Dark sap oozes from the cracks between the bark, sizzling when it touches the ground. A creaking of wood follows as vibrant color slowly eases up the roots of the healthy tree. The Minquagra turns to you and blinks with surprise, her vision sharper and more focused than before.
That thing I was, she is no more, but I carry enough of her to know the meaning of gratitude. Thank you.
She nods.
I collected a small hoard of trinkets from visitors. We have no need of these trophies.
She gestures to the hollow of her tree, squinting at the bark as she struggles to recognize her surroundings. What will you do now?
This grove rotted a blink of an eye ago, by Eora's reckoning. I will grow and replenish what we lost.
She sighs, surveying the jungle and taking in the enormity of her task.
Taming it will be a chore, but there is time. More of my daughters may yet roam this jungle, with my poison coursing through their roots.
She looks out to the tree line with sorrow.
I cannot stop them from bringing you harm, and I will not punish you for bringing them rest.
Her sigh sends a rustle through the surrounding leaves. Okay. Do that. Let's go with that. I want you to do that.
I'll teach you a lesson.
All thick words and raw.
Really? Are you seriously gonna do this? I mean, I got the quest experience for having cleaned you, so I guess it's not any skin off of my butt, but goodbye, Green Lady.
Yes, of course.
What now?
Okay. No. If I'm going to use that, it's going to be on one that's still largely undamaged. See what this looks like.
I'll teach you a lesson.
Yes?
Shoti killed
I
it
shall.
with something somehow. Rotward Amulet. 50% resistance against poison, disease, and decay. Okay, interesting.
I'm listening, can do.
No?
Yeah.
Not trapped?
This calls for a subtle dare.
Ooh. Okay, it was only 6. Wooden spider figurine. 1 per rest. Desert spider and 2 desert spiderlings. This hardwood carving is heavier than it looks, though it is obviously solid all the way through. When held to the ear, it produces a subtle skittering sound from within.
Yeah, be right there. I'll take a peek.
Ooh. Golden outer ring. This golden ring bears Juana runic engravings, the delicacy of the inscriptions and clean accuracy of the shaping are markers of a master craftsman. Grooves along the underside would suggest this piece connects to a larger mechanism. Mirian's Ward. Exceptional medium shield. +1 enemies engaged, +4 shield deflection. Father's Aegis. Incoming weapon damage is reduced as health is lost. Maximum 15% damage reduction. This round shield was crafted by Orvin, an Adiran blacksmith, after his son, Nerion, informed him of his decision to leave home to follow a life of adventuring. Unable to dissuade his son, Orvin intended to make sure Nerion would carry something which would defend him against the many dangers he would surely encounter. Orvin worked for weeks, painstakingly assembling the finest shield he had ever constructed. The blacksmith could not afford expensive wood or fancy leather. Even the rivets were of humble iron. The quality of the craftsmanship, however, and the care with which Orvin poured into the shield made it into something greater than the sum of its parts. It was the last gift Nerion would receive from his father, who passed away only several weeks after his departure. Nerion would survive his adventures, eventually retiring to his family home, where he took up the smithy's hammer for himself.
Nice and quiet.
The inscription reads, "Though we leap between isles, home is beloved Ukaizo." This lingering soul drifts in a lazy, hypnotic fashion. It does not seem to know or care that its life has been extinguished. That golden wheel weighed as much as Eothas' thumb, but you weren't leaving without a souvenir, something to put a smile on Director Castell's face. Then your boots crunched a soft femur in half, and you remembered, wasn't this island supposed to be abandoned? Maybe you didn't beat the Juana expedition in getting here. Suddenly the gold felt like dead weight. You rolled it into a cave for safekeeping. You didn't make it 10 paces toward the beach before something big, all crooked limbs and fetid breath, plucked you off your feet. When she squeezed you like a dish rag over a patch of thirsty vines, you bled out so fast that you forgot to scream. Shorty thrusts out her lantern and the light inside flares as another soul is harvested. Foie gras and a few jungle lurkers.
Be here.
Can't move.
Okay, that's fine. Ah, very nice. Alright, you are going to shoot that. You're going to move into that. What the hell? Oh, Adair killed the Pogra. How about that? Then you can start on the jungle lurker. Immune to lightning, resistant to fire and crush. So, arrows work. Let's go after the Stormblight with you. You're going to do that. I want you to hobble it first. And I'm going to do that, because I want to see it now. What elements do I have available here? This is piercing. It's fire. You know what? I'm gonna put you down. You are free to go full AI on these guys.
Whose side are you on?
Wow. Okay, I take it back. The Minoletta's like arcane sand emplacement is freaking great. Paradox, glaive berries, river reed. Okay, lots of like herbs and stuff, and then we got primal water. Got primal water. Exceptional mace. Okay. This fragment of soul vibrates with a sense of deep worry and hesitation. As you draw closer, it drifts towards you with a sense of blind urgency. You pant with exertion as you flee, clutching an ornate golden ring in both hands. The hip-deep water slows your frenzied escape, but you persist with some tattered memory of hope. A pained shriek rings out from the jungle. You turn back, distracted, and manage to run headlong into a towering form. The creature swivels her attention down at you. She plucks you up with a bony talon, as she would a doll. Through the haze of disorientation, you make out her pitted face and milk-white eyes. Cackling, she snatches the golden ring and hangs it on the branch of a tall, gnarled tree. She tells you of the awful fate you'll suffer, feeding her grove, watering her children, but she makes it all sound like an honor. You wish you could believe her. The vision disperses in a cloud of pain and confusion. Shoti swings her lantern. Swinging her lantern softly, Shoti lures the soul into its depths. I saw her picture and said her name for some reason.
Ishi, quiet time.
Oh wait, is this the cave? No. I do not believe that to be the cave. Oh dear. Oh, what is this? Cave bat. Okay. You'll come back.
Sure. What do you need?
Okay, what is all this? Why are you not... Why are you not doing the thing? Okay.
Happy to oblige.
Exceptional pistol, golden inner ring. Okay. Found
What
the
now?
golden inner ring. And the corrupted tiger is not hostile to me for some reason. The inscription reads, "It is the charge of all living things to safeguard Audra. The gods will know us by our fealty to this covenant."
I shall be discreet.
Give me a real challenge.
Okay, let's let's head this way.
If anyone wants to drag that back to the ship, I'm game.
This soul flits about in hasty, panicked bursts. It eases closer to you with anticipation. They laugh at your hours studying the runic script of the ancient Juana, but here you are poring over gold inscriptions while they scratch their heads. You promise yourself a good boast on the journey back to Nikitaka. No one believes the Juana could have forged a device like the Golden Wheel, but you stay silent on the matter. The Ingwithans built more for function than beauty, and this is art. Rotating the control disc and pressing panels had you so engrossed that you mistakenly entered the wrong combination. A slit opened in the disc, discharging a gas that brought you to your knees, coughing loud enough to summon a creature whose shape you could barely perceive through the haze of pain. Boasting would have to wait. Emitting a palpable feeling of relief, the essence drifts into Shoti's lantern. This massive golden disc is covered with intricate engravings and inscriptions. You are able to pick out symbols representing plants, wildlife, and boats, but there's no discernible order or meaning to their configuration. You note that the vacant depression in the control panel matches the engraved rings you found in the ruins. Slide the golden wheels onto the control panel, read the main inscription, study the engravings, look for a pattern. Alright, let's read the main inscription. To all wayward kin far from family shores, let this chart point the way home, that your tribe may welcome you open-armed. Engravings remember what the dead forget. Take comfort in this sanctuary, read its teachings, and let knowledge guide the hand that turns the wheel. The rings you possess set the wheels into the control panel. The rings settle into place, fitting neatly around their central axis. The outer ring is inscribed with passages in the Juana runic language. 4 symbols decorate the inner wheel. They show pillars of luminous Adra, the native Kawiki fruit, a depiction of the Juana water-shaping art, and a lovingly crafted island. The way these inscriptions align suggest a relationship between the two. Something about the island catches your attention. The runes surrounding it are particularly elaborate, and every measurement uses it as a point of origin. It's Ukaizo. A set of dots on the inscribed panels of the outer ring suggests that it should be rotated in a sequence, starting from 1 and ending in 4. Rotate the wheel into the first configuration. The first inscription reads, though their roots grow from Rikuhu's lightless bowels, their yield is a welcome reprieve. The inner ring can be turned to match a symbol to the inscription. Though their roots grow from Rikuhu's lightless bowels, their yield is a welcome reprieve. That should be the Kawiki fruit. So turn the wheel to align the inscription with the symbol of the Kawiki fruit. The first inscription reads, though their roots grow from... You turn the wheel until the passage aligns with the symbol of Kawiki fruit. The way to the control panel sits atop a disc that suggests you could push the configuration down. Hold on a moment. Gotta bring my chat back because it has gotten lost. No, chat, do not be lost. Press down on the metalwork. You press your weight on the panel. Deep inside the disc, you hear the rotation of many parts. The gold rings spring back up, ready to be spun again. The next inscription reads, "Our covenant to safeguard. Those petrified limbs are the health and safety of the Deadfire." The Luminous Audra. You spin the wheels until the inscription aligns with the symbol of Luminous Audra and press down on the metalwork. The wheels settle into place with some resistance, likely owing to age and neglect. Beneath the disc, the groaning of gears sounds once more. The next inscription reads, "Ngati gifted her chosen people with dominion over her dark and turbulent kingdom." Okay, this is water shaping. You turn the wheel, lining up the symbol of water shaping with the inscription. A cacophonous grinding sound builds from somewhere deep beneath the disc. Whether this indicates a favorable outcome or not remains to be seen. The final inscription reads, "Our origin, our destination, our home. Wherever we go, she is the horizon." That would be Ukaizo. It takes an extra hard push, but the rings settle into place. A long silence follows, in which you are forced to wonder whether or not you input the correct combination, and what sequences might follow either way. Manipulating the control panel has rotated the rings of the massive inner disk into a new configuration, one that lines up with neat precision. The engravings intersect in a manner that forms the shape of the Deadfire. The emerging image is not exactly a map, but an index of islands and coordinates organized in relation to each other. You recognize several of the cited locations as containing nothing but open water. Charting a path by this obsolete system now would be impossible. The word Ukaizo stands out from the other named islands. You take a rubbing of the disk in its completed form. Judging by your surroundings, this coordinate system has gone untouched for millennia. Your findings may be of interest to someone. On a chart. Okay. Whether or not this treasure should be available to just anyone who happens by is another matter. The gold rings are resolutely locked in place. Destroy the disc. You find a heavy rock and hoist it above the disc. Smashing the rotational mechanisms would guarantee that the navigational secret remains yours alone. I suppose that's one solution, Eothas says. Destroy it. You bring the rock down, splitting a mighty crack down the stonework. Something inside slips free and tumbles down a great distance. Your next blow falls harder still. The ancient disc crumbles, collapsing under its weight and rendering the rotational mechanism useless. The navigational chart is neither functional nor recognizable in its current state. Its secrets are safe.
What now? I hear you.
Alright, let's see what this up here is. My God, people. Waddle through the water faster. Inscription reads, Ngati gifted her chosen people with dominion over water. Alright, waddle quickly, please. Matario Kosi. Fruitful alliance. So the queen and the prince need to go back and be spoken with now. So it looks like we're coming back to Nekataka. Sailing offers a welcome reprieve from Watario Kozi until the silhouette of an advancing ship grows clearer on the horizon. The winds turn against you as the pursuer, a well-equipped Rauataian junk, closes the distance handily. The flag of the Royal Deadfire Company waves proudly. A placard on the hull identifies it as Benevolent Aegis. Whatever the prince can do with your map, I'd wager the Hazanui can do it better. Shrugging, Maya snaps her spyglass shut. A loud percussion followed by the splash of water announces a cannonball fired across your bow. Stand down and prepare for inspection, a commanding voice bellows over the turbulent crashing waves. Fuck no, I'm fighting my way out. It's a battle cry in your lips. You steer junk toward the advancing vessel and prepare for combat. These bastards don't know who they're trying to quote-unquote inspect. I'll let the sharks inspect their innards. Come on, you bastards. Seraphim Tekehu Edwin. It's Constantine, Aled, and Batnir, an arquebusier, Captain Pie. I'm about to smash you into the face of your people. A weather mage, a swordsman. There is almost no one here. This feels like picking. Like, genuinely, I feel like I'm picking on something. Alright, you do this. You do... No. Bring this up. I'll have you assist your bird. You're just gonna shoot at the captain. Ooh, actually, don't shoot it. Grab one. Okay, yeah, I don't need any of that, as it turns out. No, none of it. To battle and victory. Arquebusier. That's not. Ishiza, you are quite injured. Oh. That's apparently it. Huh? Well, that was simple. Weather Mage Grimoire. Absolutely ridiculously low level crap here. Gonna greed. I'm greeding it all. Now then. Oh. My man is no longer injured. You are a 2-star cannoneer. So I will let you do that. Copperhead, navigator deckhand. Okay. I guess that's fine. I reckon that works. Back to Serpent's Crown. Go to Kahanga Palace. I will talk to the prince first. You are traveling in the slums of Neketaka when the streets become suddenly barren. Your journey through the streets of Neketaka is interrupted as a group of Kith detach from the shadows before you. The cloaked and armored men and women say nothing as they spring out around you, blades drawn. Servants of Woodica. What do you want? They move silently toward you, light glinting from the edges of their weapons. Let's get this over with. You draw your weapons and prepare for battle. Oh, you servants of Woedica. Woedican agents. There's a neophyte. Okay, let's just
seal this me too.
I'm gonna cast that at you. Come out. You two are going to concentrate on this guy for the moment. I want you shooting the saboteur. That seems to be a priest of some sort. Okay. And I'm going to bring you out over here.
There's a orbit. I thought we were friends.
Goodbye, bastages. Shoot him, please. Shoti, you can cast this across both of them. And Elof, I want you to cast another orb on that one. Oh, you are free to move wherever.
Hey.
The dragons are always just a little bit too late to do anything. Oh, there we go. Not too late. Very nice. Please heal your bird. Ishiza, no. Well, battle's over and Ishiza can't be injured, so at least there's that. Superb. Ooh, this was actually a high-level group. Gauntlets of Accuracy, Ring of Might Deflection, Superb Plate Armor, Cloak of Greater Deflection, a Precise Missive. So, decently high-level group here, but not the kind of equipment that they should have brought to that fight. This letter has been folded into a square with clean, diligent creases. Dino Thunderlung walks the Deadfire carrying shards of heat-scorched metal. The significance of these items can't have escaped you, although the timing is a surprise to us all. We should grasp this opportunity. Kill Dino Thunderlung. Do not hide your act, for we work under the auspices of law. See to it that the metal gets into Iza's hands. She wastes her potential in Perigi's overlook. Praise the exiled queen. That's interesting.
Speak freely. Speak freely. Aye, aye.
Who is Iza? Well, they should have left me be. Prince
Do not leave
Aruhi.
me in suspense, I say. Have you found Matario Cozy?
Your expedition never made it off of Matario Cozy. I'm sorry.
I sent good women and men to die in the name of the tribes and in the vague hope. May Ngati thank them for their courage and Wodaka for their loyalty. May they return to us as Rangas.
Aruhi raises a shaking hand to touch his lowered brow.
What of their findings, Watcher? Did they recover anything? Anything about Ukaizo?
Give rubbing. I found this ancient Huana navigational chart. The prince accepts the chart in silence, holding it up to the light and poring over every detail with interest. His hands tremble as he holds the paper.
An unusual accounting of the Isles, I say. Each one measured in relation to...
He dips his finger up to the sigil of Ukaizo. Aruhi nods. Do you have what you need to find Ukaizo?
If I did, my sister would hold a parade in your honor. Ngati is one to throw obstacles in our path, but I say that an outdated chart is better than none at all.
Grinning all the while, Aruhi rolls up the parchment and tosses you a heavy pouch of coins. What is this? One share of what you paid the expedition? Thank you, my prince.
When we know enough, my sister will finance a fleet-wide search. Not for breadcrumbs, but lost Ukaizo.
I destroyed the original chart. This way, at least no one else will find it.
No. You misspoke, I say. The labor of our ancient navigators after it survived the millennia.
Aruhi shakes his head slowly.
Then this is the last. Ikira. Maybe the last we will ever hear of them.
He touches the roll of parchment with quiet reverence.
At least the wisdom of our ancestors is safe from our enemies.
I had some trouble with the Royal Deadfire Company on the open sea.
Ikira, they would not let you escape with what they could so easily steal.
Prince Aruhi murmurs under his breath.
May Ngati splinter their mast, and if they survive to land, may the jungle cover their bones.
The bark cloth was a message from the Wahaki to deter any visitors.
For what do they protect Matario Cozy when its knowledge could help all Huana. One day I will have words with their Ranga to settle our differences.
Nothing more to report, Your Highness.
This is much to learn in a day, even for this warrior.
Aruihi touches his brow and considers.
I sent the expedition to their fate, and those who followed. Death is on my conscience this day.
He lifts his gaze to meet yours. She's never far from mine, either.
May all who fell on Matario Cozy slip through the eel's jaws.
Juana and outsider.
And outsider alike.
Sighing, Aruihi bows his head.
But on to brighter times, I say. If Ukaizo can be found, then so too will the hopes of our people be made manifest.
His mask of grief breaks under the pull of a broad smile.
Too much has happened for you to waste words with the royal brother. From now on, you work with Onikaza as an honored guest of her rooftop garden. Only, be kind to her cats.
It's been a pleasure working with you.
You say this now, but Onikaza pays better than her royal pinch fist of a brother. May the wind caress your sail.
Aruihi pats your shoulder and nods, smiling. Her royal pinch fist of a brother. Alright, let's go up to the roof. Whoa, 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 I need the whole group.
You must
Yeah,
gather
they're
your
coming.
party before venturing forth.
It looked for a minute because I saw my characters going over a little. It looked like I was the only one moving. Let us go up and have a word with the Queen. Queen Onikaza the second or third? I don't remember which. Queen Onikaza the third. Did you arrive on junk? I did. I am sailing the sea on a ship of junk. Just a big pile of junk with a few oars sticking off of it. Barati Kahanga Palace. Back up to the roof. Have a late evening speak with Queen Onikaza II.
My scouts tell me that you sail from Oriokoiki.
The Queen raises her brow.
Do the Wahaki pay the crown obeisance in whatever eccentric form suits them?
Onikaza rests her chin on her fist and studies you. You can look forward to Wahiki support when the need arises.
You have united the Huana with our missing limb.
For once, she allows herself a deep and genuine smile of gratitude.
Prayer and the wisdom of Kohopa will help steer my next course. I will send for you in time.
Onikaza dismisses you with a wave. I had other questions.
Speak freely, Herald of Bereth.
Onikaza opens her palm and nods. You've been in my head since we first met? That sounds like a flirtatious line, and I'm not about that. Oh. Alright, well. Now I guess all that's really left. Ooh. I have displeased the Wahaki and there will be no compromise between us. I already killed that bastard, though. She wanted him dead, and he is dead. Whatever, game. Ah. Valian Head Trading Company headquarters from Warwick. Yeah, I am pretty much, I have I have two things to do in the area, and then just going to meet with Eothas. But that will be next week. For now, I am going to call it a night here. It is 12:08 a.m. That is 8 minutes after midnight Central Standard Time. And I want to take a minute to thank Drew for stopping and hanging out with me for a bit this evening. I always appreciate seeing you, my dude. I also want to thank anybody else who might have stuck your head in this evening, anyone who might be lurking, anyone who might be watching the VOD. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I hope everyone sleeps very well this evening. I hope everyone has a fantastic day tomorrow, and I will see anyone interested tomorrow night when we get back to our Assassin's Creed Odyssey playthrough. So,